All right, sorry, it takes a long time to set this thing up, these multi-feeds. So, again, thank you for coming to the live stream. And on this channel, you'll see the larger feed video, I guess, and then you can see a dashboard version on my other YouTube channel. All right, it'll look something like this. Okay, so you'll have the dashboard. I'm recording this and live streaming on November 26th. So we're going to go over the market. The market has already opened up, and then we're going to go over some of the news and my interpretation of it. In terms of the market, the S&P 500 is just under 6,000. Again, I have a target end of year anywhere from 5,800 to 6,000, maybe 6,100. But we're trading right now just under 6,000. And I said 600. You can trade the S&P 500 using SPY. So if you're trading it on SPY, it'll be 600. If you're just looking at the index, it'll be 6,000. So VIX is trading at 14, around 14. Oil is trading below 70. So it's trading at 69.28. And the Euro USD is trading at 1.049. Okay. When I started doing, about a week ago, it was trading at about just a little bit above 1.05. All right. So the dollar has been strengthening relative to the euro in the last several business sessions. All right, so I just want to make sure that everything is good here and the audio is good on the other channel. Hopefully, if anyone's having a problem hearing, just put it in the chat and then I'll correct the audio issue. It takes a lot of work to do this, especially if you're a one-man show. So before we begin, please help support my work. Make sure you subscribe to all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. The reason why you should be following me on all the channels is I do get strikes on YouTube. I have one strike already on YouTube talking about certain things that were happening in California dealing with monkeys. All right. So, but they gave me a strike on that one. It's important that you follow me on all my channels. So please go to the description box in this video and all my videos and click and subscribe to all my channels. Help support my work by going to my store, purchasing the products that I offer. If you follow my health protocol, you can get healthy, but it's up to you. And another way to help support my work is to donate. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on my website. You just click the studio-reykjavik.com, go to the home page, and at the very bottom, you can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee, or be a paid member to my Patreon channel. The link is in the description of this video. By purchasing the products and donating and being a paid member on Patreon, that allows me to make these videos for free. All right, it's that simple. It's a really simple business model. All right, I have thousands of videos out there for free. All right, so by helping, you can learn about economics. You can learn about tactical trading if you want to do that. You can learn about domestic and foreign issues that are arising, especially about maybe World War III. It might be important to kind of pay attention. And how to improve your health. All right, I have gone through a very multi-decade journey to try to improve my health and to slow down the aging process. All right, and the ones that have been watching know why. I mean, heart disease runs in the family. I've had many people in my family that died from heart disease, and yada yada yada. But I've learned on how to kind of tweak it, and then you add in preventative medicine discoveries and understanding and what these longevity and anti-aging experts are doing, and I'll tell you, we're on the cusp of something very big. All right, not only do we know how to stack certain types of supplements that help heal the body and slow down the aging process. But we have the telemetry to be able to monitor it, all right, by looking at different biometrics, at the proteomic level, at the genomic level, at the serum level. What's your, blood serum biomarkers? I mean, you can get pretty detailed and fine tune it. And by doing that, you are being able to improve your health the best that you can, all right? Modern medicine, they don't really, the medical industry doesn't care about you taking charge of your health. All they care about is you have a disease, they treat it, they make money, next patient, 18 minutes later, next patient, 18 minutes later, next patient. That's medicine, all right? And if you think I'm wrong, then you need to wake up, all right? 18 minutes, next patient, 18 minutes, next patient. It's all about cattle herding and moving the cattle through and just bill coding to the insurance company, all right? They don't really care, they don't spend the time, they don't really care about your health in general, all right? Those are the facts. That's the cold, hard facts of modern medicine, all right? You need to take charge of your life. If you take charge of your life, in many cases, you can revert the diseases that are starting to pop up, like cardiovascular disease, diabetes. Not all diseases, you can do that. I mean, some diseases are genetic and blah, 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 all right? Or epigenetic, right? But most of the problems in the United States, most of the reason why we have very expensive healthcare is because of lifestyle and the stuff that we have in our food and water. You start correcting that, your overall societal medical cost will go down. Those are the hard, cold facts. But people need to take charge of their life. People need to get informed and take charge of their life. If they don't, guess what? You're going to be on a statin. You don't take charge of how you eat, how you take care of yourself, you'll go on blood thinners and beta blockers and alpha blockers and alpha antagonists and beta antagonists, whatever your heart problem is. You will, if you don't take charge of your health, you will be on medications to control certain types of diseases. Fact. It's up to you. Do you want to take charge or not? I've seen people that if they don't take charge of their life, they go down a certain path. If they do take charge of their life, they're change their lifestyle and take care of their body, they go down a different path. It's that simple. For most problems in the United States, the big ones, diabetes, heart disease, cancers, a lot of that is lifestyle. A lot of it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work, help support your health. A great way to do that, let's say, since we're going to Turkey Day, for Thanksgiving, and I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving for the United States on Thursday, but maybe I'll do a live stream on Thanksgiving, I'm not sure yet. But it probably makes sense to not overeat, right? But I want you to enjoy Thanksgiving. The problem with people when they try to become healthy is they become antisocial. That's not healthy, right? You don't want to be antisocial and just eat like a bird. You don't need to eat like a bird, right? You don't have to, but you can, enjoy your family and holidays, but you can cook properly. Be a little bit more mindful of the calories that you take in. But as you get older, your pancreas starts to wear down. So a great way to help supplement the wearing down of your pancreas, all right, is to take digestive enzyme complex. This helps to break up carbs, carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. These have enzymes in it, which are very similar to the types of enzymes that your pancreas secretes to be able to break down foods. And then by taking this, you'll be able to break down the foods, put less stress on the pancreas, and be able to absorb the nutrients. That way, you're getting the fueling, and you're not creating that irritation that may be taking place, in the pancreatic area, and even in the duodenum area. So that's important when you get older, especially around age 40 and plus, okay? People's pancreases just aren't as efficient. So taking digestive enzyme complex will help you digest the foods. If you work out, or let's say you're an athlete, taking digestive enzyme complex will also help to refuel your body, right? Because it's breaking down your fuel sources quicker to allow you to absorb. So if you're an athlete, take the digestive enzyme complex, you'll recover quicker and you'll refuel your body. In addition, if you're older, especially if you're 40 plus, you should be taking digestive enzyme complex to be able to break down those carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids to reduce the stress on your pancreas. That's really important, all right? Trust me. A really bad pancreas is very painful. Also, boost up your immune system by taking magnesium and zinc. You should be taking magnesium and zinc every day. If during the cold season you're not feeling so well, take a double dose of it, right? Maybe once in the morning and another in the evening or in the afternoon, right? It's really important to take magnesium and zinc on a daily basis to boost up your immune system. Important. There are things that you can do. Now, you're going to be having family members at home, for the holidays, and some of them may be Democrats, and they may give you indigestion, and they may, prevent, even though you eat turkey, it may prevent you from sleeping because of the things they say because they're Democrats. I have a solution for you, okay? That solution is good night formula. If they're keeping you up at night because of their Democratic policies, take my supplement, Good Night Formula. It has tryptophan and melatonin in it, and you're going to be well rested when you get up in the morning. You're going to be in that 3 cycles of REM sleep while you're sleeping. You're going to be in deep sleep. That's important. Why? You consolidate memory when you're in REM. You're detoxifying your central nervous system, and you're going to be well rested. People that have chronic, all kidding aside, people that have chronic sleep deprivation have a tendency to get early onset of dementia. Why? Well, one, you're not consolidating memory efficiently, and you're not detoxifying your central nervous system. And you need that deep sleep to do that. This is the reason why people that seem to age less, have more longevity, have better memory, actually also have better sleeping patterns, have deeper sleep. So this is really important. So please, go to my store, get the Good Night Formula, and through taking it on a regular basis and going into that deep sleep, you're gonna improve your memory, you're gonna improve your neural health because you're detoxifying the body, and you're gonna be well rested. And you're gonna notice over time that you're aging slower. Sleep is very important. It's a part of a lifestyle change if you want to get healthy. You can get healthy, but you have to, it's not just popping one pill. If anyone says, just take this supplement and only this supplement and everything's gonna be perfect for you, there's no such thing, all right? But it's about diet, proper diet, proper exercise, proper balancing, proper sleep, proper supplementation, certain types of exercises, stretching, and balancing exercises are really important, and then challenging your mind intellectually in mindfulness, either in prayer or in meditation. But when you do all these things, synergistically, your body does heal. It takes time, but it can be done. But if you're looking for a quick fix, there isn't one. And you will end up taking medication when you're older with having heart disease, diabetes, and other problems. But it's up to you. Because, when you see a patient and they're having a heart attack, their life just, flashes in front of their eyes. And most of these patients, most of them, they regret the way that they lived their life because they're right on the edge of death. Now, sometimes you can pull them back, and you can control their heart arrhythmias and whatnot. Maybe give them a PCI or whatever. But the thing is, they got to a point where they were right at the abyss, right at the edge of the abyss. And if you see someone that's just on the edge of the abyss, almost always they regret the way they have lived their life. All right, well, you know, that's some wisdom. Take it or leave it, it's up to you. Let's see what CNN has to say about the case that's being dropped by Jack Smith.
Both of those striking federal cases that made history against Donald Trump have now been dismissed, and the only U.S. president to ever be criminally charged is now fully reaping the benefits of winning back the White House. Special counsel Jack Smith moved to drop his charges in the election interference and the classified documents cases, given the long-standing Justice Department policy that a sitting president cannot be prosecuted. Judge Tanya Chutkan in Washington quickly granted Jack Smith's request today. And of course, down in Florida, Judge Eileen Cannon had dismissed that documents case over the summer as Smith was trying to revive it, but now is no longer doing so. It may not be the last that we hear of that case, though, because others were indicted there as well. More on that in a moment with our experts. But tonight, Jack Smith made sure to mention this in his filings. He said, quote, "The government's position on the merits of the defendant's prosecution has not changed. The circumstances have." Those circumstances, of course, being Trump's re-election to office. It's been an extraordinary turn of events since Smith first announced these indictments, which I should remind you were handed down by grand juries made up of American citizens.
Charging Donald J. Trump with felony violations of our national security laws, as well as participating in a conspiracy to obstruct justice. Charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States, conspiring to disenfranchise voters, and conspiring and attempting to obstruct an official proceeding. We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
Of course, not everyone.
Using the right weight matters. The Body Pod lets you easily understand what is the fastest way to reach your health and fitness goals at an accuracy of 98%.
Of course, not everyone. The president-elect reveling in this major victory, posting, "I persevered against all odds and won." Now, Jack Smith left the door open for charges to be brought again in the future after Trump leaves office in 2029, when he'll be 82 years old. My lead sources tonight, Ellie Honig, former federal prosecutor, and Maggie Haberman, senior political correspondent for the New York Times. Ellie, can we just talk about how Jack Smith did this? And you know, was this his only option, essentially, that he had left, given Trump is promising to fire him 2 seconds after taking office?
It was his only option. He had to do it. He did the right thing today. It's important to understand why, though. It's not because of that promise to fire him. It's because, and Jack Smith said this in his motion, it's because of the DOJ policy, which goes all the way back to 1973.
Which is a policy, not a law, right?
Right. It's an internal, exactly, that's a good point. It's not a statute, it's not passed by Congress. We don't actually know if it's right or wrong. It's just been DOJ's internal view back from Watergate. They reevaluated it during the Clinton era in 2000. They actually reevaluated it now. I found that interesting. Jack Smith said in his motion today, I went back to OLC, these genius Office of Legal Counsel, these constitutional lawyers. I said, does it apply here? And they said, yes. I, Jack Smith, am bound by that. Hence, we moved to dismiss.
And remember, this OLC memo, opinion, whatever we're going to call it, this has come up with Trump before. This came up when he was president previously, and there was the Robert Mueller investigation, and there was the question of will Trump be indicted in this investigation. And it was easy to lose track of this, but it was pretty clear that Mueller was very unlikely to challenge that policy, and he never did.
Yeah, but you know, the idea that he's saying charges could still be brought in the future, I mean, looking at that, Ellie, is that at all realistic? I mean, there's certainly some people who would be hoping that that would be revived in 2029, but the idea of that happening, I think, you know, and Trump could pardon himself, I don't know.
Let's be real, that's not happening. I mean, it is only in the most theoretical possible sense. I mean, imagine this, right? Fast forward 4 years, who knows where anyone will be in 4 years? You're gonna have whoever wins the White House, whether it's Gretchen Whitmer or J.D. Vance or whoever, new AG is gonna say, let's revive a case that's been dismissed 4 years ago. That's probably
it's interesting that he if you know, just quickly passing Whitmer from Michigan, the governor, she might run for president. She's sitting. I think Hochul is another one from New York, probably running. 2 females, ultra liberal. Newsom is gonna run. I'm concerned about J.D. Vance because I still, even though I think he's decent, he's smart, he's quick on his feet, but I just feel that he's a little green. There's a little. I just feel that the experience isn't there now. Maybe he'll get that experience as VP. But if you really think about it in modern times, the only presidents that really had the only VPs that really had some power was Cheney during Bush Jr. All right. I didn't feel that way with Biden when he was under Obama. I think Biden was a conduit to Congress for the White House. Trump, in his first term, I didn't feel that Pence was really that strong. I mean, he towed the line most of the time, but I wouldn't say that he was like a driving, leading figure within the administration like Cheney was with Bush. Now maybe the whole Cheney thing was a unique situation. It might have been because he was a super deep stater and all that, and tied to big oil and Halliburton and all this stuff. But I just don't see that. Where's the experience really going to be coming from for JD, unless he's really spearheading the restructuring of certain agencies and working closely with Elon through this whole Doge kind of process. Maybe he'll be the spearhead to that. If that's the case, then he'll be getting more experience, and then I'd feel a little bit more at ease. But when you're looking at people that are running states, governors usually win presidencies. Governors have strong executive experience, even though you may be against their policies. But just being a governor gives a lot of executive experience. I just don't feel that J.D. Vance has it yet. Now maybe over 4 years he evolves, but I still am just not fully bought on J.D. Vance.
That has to do with 20. It is over. People are clinging to that thin reed. It's not coming back.
But what's not over is what happens after this. And this is what I'm really curious to watch when Trump does retake office, because it's how they handled this now when they're back in power. Dan Scavino is one of Trump's
Let me just
most
interject here. So BITO on the dashboard is the ETF for Bitcoin long, and the BITI is the ETF for Bitcoin shorting. Now, if you look today, right now, Bitcoin's going down, so the shorting ETF is going up. So just keep that in mind. Dollar is, still, around the 1.049 mark for Euro to USD. So as that number goes down, for the ones that don't know, that means that the dollar is strengthening and the euro is weakening. If that number goes up, then the euro is strengthening and the dollar is weakening. And the reason why I'm showing the Euro USD is that the Euro USD is actually the largest contributor to the DXY basket to evaluate the dollar.
AIDS. And he tweeted just a few moments ago about many people's lives were destroyed over the past 4 years since we walked out of the White House. He said there was a relentless barrage of knocks on the front door at home, subpoena after subpoena after subpoena. Over the last 4 years, I have lots of questions.
Well, and they all feel that way in Trump's world. I mean, I think you have to remember that it is not just the January 6th investigation, which related to a lot of people who were in the White House, and we've obviously seen the fallout of that. Then there's the documents investigation in Florida, which related to a much smaller group of people, actually, who were around Trump, but they all feel as if their lives were turned upside down, and they were, they were hanging on in the hopes that he would win. I mean, Trump was very clear with a number of people back in 2023 when he got indicted that, if he won, this would all go away. That's obviously what happened. No, the Manhattan case doesn't magically go away that he was convicted in, but they're not sentencing a sitting president. We've seen that get delayed indefinitely now, and the Georgia case is a real question mark for me. He is articulating what they all feel. What that ends up looking like, Caitlin, I don't know, because there are civil service rules about the prosecutors who worked on these cases. And so the question becomes, Trump can't just fire them. He doesn't have that magic power, but it is very clear that his team is.
Doge can go in and restructure the DOJ and make it more efficient. And it just so happens that certain, departments just get cannibalized. What's wrong with that? You know what it is that the government has just been growing and growing and growing and growing and growing, and they want to tax you more and more and more. Well, why not restructure the government and shrink it and make it more efficient? So it's, it's for the betterment of we the people, and not, the betterment of, the deep state, right? To think that, for sure, the last 4, I would say even the last 8 years, and if you really want to go back, you go all the way back to just right after 9/11, there's been a weaponization of the FBI, of the DOJ against the people through different mechanisms. Even the NSA is involved. Surveillance of the society, manufactured consensus by propaganda through the media, improper search and seizure issues, viewing the American public as public enemy number one. That's wrong. Weaponizing the IRS. These are things that are out of control. Out of control. We need a government that is efficient, and it's for we the people, and stop to demonize the different constituencies within the country. So I'm hoping that Doge goes in and, you know what? Let's restructure. Department of Education, not working, make it work or kill it. Restructure the FBI, restructure the CIA, restructure the NSA, restructure what's going on at the DOJ. Make the country efficient. Stop demonizing the citizens. Now, it's obvious if someone has, an open mind, right? Even if you don't like Trump, you can't honestly say that you think that the DOJ, the FBI, and other agencies are not going after political opponents. I mean, how could you not? I mean, look at what happened with Roger Stone. Look at what happened with Stephen Bannon. All right, Stephen Bannon decided not to show up for a congressional hearing. He gets thrown in jail. Mayorkas decides not to show up and testify. He doesn't get thrown in jail. Hunter Biden doesn't sit for the hearing fully. He doesn't get thrown in jail. I mean, there seems to be a little bit of, if you're a Republican, we're gonna use the system to go after you. Well, that's a problem, because now Lady of Justice isn't blind. And just the whole problem with these agencies going after citizens. They've weaponized it. Now, people can use the term lawfare or whatever you want to use. But the thing is, it's happening. And it needs to stop. It needs to be restructured. And we need to hold the people that were doing this accountable. So through restructuring of agencies, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can get rid of these people. Because maybe you don't need those departments. Why do you need a department to go after your political opponents? I bet there is a department somehow, some way, that it's called go after your political opponents, department at the DOJ. Well, maybe you should, stop funding that.
About this.
Can they make their life hell though?
That's what I was gonna say, and they can make it so miserable that in the hopes that they leave, that they just, go off on their own, and then if anybody is left, then they'll figure out what to do.
Yeah, I think we need to, I need to throw a red flag here on this kind of comments by Dan Scavino and others, because we're seeing it regularly, these threats. We're gonna prosecute the.
He's a referee? See, this is the problem with these mainstream media things. You got an anchor that's probably going to get canned, right? Because no one likes her. CNN is hemorrhaging money. All right. Then you have lawyers there just pontificating, and they always have a tendency, especially on CNN, to be anti-Trump. Everyone wants to be a talk show host.
Investigate the investigators. I mean, look, I have been critical of Jack Smith. I stand by all of my criticism of him. I think there were times he did things that are against DOJ principle. But if we're talking about opening a criminal investigation, there is zero evidence to justify that. And you make a good point, Caitlin. Even an investigation, I mean, there are safeguards that would hopefully prevent some sort of ridiculous indictment. But even an investigation can turn someone's life upside down. It's extraordinarily expensive. You get a subpoena, that's 6 figures.
But the Trump team is going to say, that's what you did to us.
Right.
What they say now.
Yeah, it's childlike retribution.
Yeah, but the thing is that they went after people in the last 8 years, right? They went after people and destroyed them. The Democratic Party went after people because they were political opponents and destroyed them. Now, because this red wave happened in Congress, Senate, the House, the executive branch, the judicial branch is heavily conservative now, right, because of the chief justices. So there is this very unique period of time where we have 2 years where we can fix it. We can look underneath the microscope and fix the problem. Fix government. Be able to stop this never-ending retribution. But the Democratic Party, through the speech of Schumer on the Senate floor, saying, we can give peace a chance. We can come together. We can find common ground now. You think he would say that speech if he won the Senate? If the Democratic Party won the Senate? Of course not. He would say, this is a mandate to go after people that are anti-democracy. So when the Republicans have power, the Democrats are worried of retribution. But when Democrats have power, they want to exercise their retribution. Okay, I see. Sometimes you can't forgive your enemy. Sometimes you have to go after your enemy.
Was wrong. There is, an examination to be done of that, and I have no problem with the Inspector General, DOJ's internal watchdog, doing a dive and saying Jack Smith stepped over the line here, here, and here. They did it to James Comey, a scathing report. But if you're talking about opening criminal investigations, whole different story.
But that doesn't stop the Trump team. I mean, I understand that you're saying that's the norm. But
Open
that's
up
just-
investigations to find out. Let's go a little bit deeper in what the national security state was doing to try to demonize Trump during his campaign for his first term in 2026. And how that carried on into his first term as president. Trying to demonize him, trying to impeach him and blah, blah, blah. The problem, the root cause The root cause of the problem is that the deep state, the national security state, has too much power, and it needs to be truncated. It needs to be restructured. And then we can really exercise the true wisdom and essence of our Constitution. But without that, there is this dark veil over our Constitution where we are not protected by our civil liberties. And it's a transfer of power from the executive branch and the legislative branch. There's a transfer of power, dark transfer of power, a cryptic transfer of power, a hidden transfer of power to this national security state, where they feel as though they are the ones that have keys to the kingdom, ones that make the full decisions. And these are the ones that have drafted the documents on what's going to happen during a nuclear war. And believe me, in a nuclear war, either full-blown, intercontinental, or just local, your civil liberties are going to be eroded on steroids. I mean, our civil liberties were eroded right after 9/11. Can you imagine if a tactical nuke was starting to go off, or nukes started to go off in Europe? Do you think that your civil liberties are going to be protected? They're not going to be. It's already written in documents to take away, to go into emergency powers. And guess what? The national security state, when that does happen, they're going to get even further power. And you're going to have less. And when you add in the technologies that we have now compared to what we had back in 2001, it's a lot easier to control the society. Now, do we really want to go down that road? Because it looks like the national security state is poking the bear to do a tactical nuke. But when they do that, they're going to ask for emergency powers and erode your civil liberties. Be careful, be careful. Maybe we need to investigate. Because when you get to the root cause of what was happening in 2016 and all the way through the Trump administration, and even, during the hiatus between terms, when you dive that deep and you get to the root cause, you're going to notice you got a runaway national security state. Now that is an intellectual looking at the problem wide-eyed, not these pseudo-intellectuals that have law degrees.
Pam Bondi is his new pick for Attorney General, and we were looking at what she said about a year ago on Fox
Pretty
News.
blatant.
Well,
Yeah.
listen to her in her own words.
Yeah. The Department of Justice.
If a man wears this, he's definitely getting lucky tonight.
Most jeans are either super baggy, too stiff, or have a terrible.
The Department of Justice, the prosecutors will be prosecuted, the bad ones. The investigators will be investigated, because the deep state, last term for President Trump, they were hiding in the shadows, but now they have a spotlight on them, and they can all be investigated, and the House needs to be cleaned out.
I mean, what does Attorney General...
That's exactly what a big part of America wants done. They know that something's not right. Fix it. So we can have a future, and future generations can have a better future, so America can fulfill its destiny. And it's a bright destiny. But we got to take charge. Just like I was saying early on in this video, you got to take charge of your health, right? Or you're going to end up on statins and having heart disease, right? Or memory loss, or whatever, right? You got to take charge of your health. We need to take charge of our civil liberties. We can't let them be trampled on. Don't tread on us. That's the ethos of America. And this is exactly what we need. We need to investigate to find out what the fuck was going on. Because what's been happening is that the national security state is out of control, and it's been out of control. I'll use the delineation point, 9/11. 9/11, post 9/11, it got really out of control. But really what's happened is that the moment that we learned on how to use nuclear nuclear power as a weapon back in World War II. The moment we learned that, it was the start of the national security state taking charge and trying to supersede the branches of government in kind of like some sort of like cryptic government. That's where it started. And so they want you to think, you know what, worry about climate change. Worry about climate change. Worry about the waters going up. Worry about the coral reefs eroding and, receding, and, worry about the forests burning down. They don't want you to ask the bigger question. Why the hell do we have thousands of nuclear weapons aimed at us? And why are we aiming thousands of nuclear weapons at our, quote, enemies? And that any given day, you can wake up into a nuclear holocaust. And that has been going on since the late, 1940s, early 1950s. Why? Because if there's just a miscalculation, if there's just a little push, a little nudge, then all of this constitutional republic will be gone, and that you'll have people that are part of the national security state gaining power. They will gain their tyrannical power. They don't want you to complain about nuclear weapons. They want you to worry about climate change. They want you to worry about other things. But one of the most sinister things that is happening to mankind is nuclear holocaust. And we're inching towards it every frickin' day, especially with this whole NATO crap that's going on in Europe. We need to wake up. This is way beyond just finding bad actors that went after, quote, Trump's, administration, or way deeper than going after individual citizens like Bannon or, let's say, Roger Stone or others, Peter Navarro. We're talking about a deep state that's out of control, that is pushing the levers of power that can lead to a nuclear holocaust.
Bondi do if she's confirmed and the president calls her and says, I'd like you to investigate J.P. Cooney and Molly Gasson and these prosecutors who are on Jack Smith's team?
I think you can expect that Pam Bondi and everybody else who has to go through a confirmation hearing are going to be asked by the Democratic senators about those comments, and it'll be very interesting to see what she says. I mean, to your point, there was a lot of celebration about Matt Gaetz not being in that role anymore, and with reason. Matt Gaetz was investigated by that department and has all kinds of baggage, but it's not as if that, the I'm gonna clean this all out vow from Pam Bondi is especially different. There's so many unanswered questions, Caitlin, but if the idea is that there's lots of people around Trump in the White House who are gonna try to prevent him from doing this,
That's another thing that is a problem with New York, even though I live in New York. All right? Senior political correspondent, New York Times. You know what that really means? Pseudo-intellectual from a liberal propaganda media outlet.
they're sorely mistaken.
I think this Justice Department's going to look very different than the first Trump Justice Department, right? Jeff Sessions recused himself off Russia, and Mueller was appointed. Nothing like that is going to happen this time through, right? Pam Bondi is not going to be taking herself off big cases. There is not going to be a special counsel investigating the
Rod
administration.
Rosenstein is not walking through that door.
Bill Barr, even. I'll say,
Any special counsels at all? I mean, they've spent months talking about how terrible Jack Smith was as a special counsel. It'll be interesting to see what this looks like.
I think there's not going to be any special counsel in the traditional sense of investigating the administration, which is what we've seen historically. My question is, will there be a special counsel going the other way?
The reason why that the reason why that they've been pushing the whole drumbeat that Trump's going to go after you know, the ones in government that, you know, that were nefarious. The reality is that this deep state aligned itself with the media. So there are people on CNN, on MSNBC, even on Fox, there are people that help push this agenda against the will of the people, against, you know, the administration who tried to do certain things because it was against the deep state. You have media people, famous media people, that were on the take, that were part of that operation. You know, through this whole Smith modernization and this propaganda that was orchestrated domestically. So the media people are worried. Like, for example, I have seen at the Harvard Club, I have seen three major media people. Olive Velshi, when he was promoting his book, and he was anti-Trump during the, you know, the book signing, and, you know, the book lecture. I saw Brian Stelter, all right, also anti-Trump, you know, and also, and you know, and he was a little bit more, both, how should I phrase this? Comparing Ali to Brian, Ali is a little bit more left. Brian is actually a little bit center to Ali, all right? But Brian still is, in terms of against Trump, right? Meaning right is like pro-Trump, let's say. Right leaning would be pro-Trump, left leaning would be against Trump, and then centrist would be ambivalent. All right, Brian is still left, but he's closer to center in terms of relative to Ali, all right, Ali Velshi. Now the other, actually I saw four media people. The other one, I don't remember his name. He was the one that was, I think, part of NBC. I think it was NBC. He was the anchor that was embedded in one of the roadside Army patrol units in Iraq. I think this was back in 2006. I think it was around 2006, and then they hit an IUD, and then he had brain damage. All right, I don't remember his name. I'd have to look it up. He was actually pretty phenomenal to watch speak, and he was very central. You know, he was saying, you know what? There's too much infighting that's going on in this country, but they do it because they want the ratings. They want they want the ratings, and by having the eyeballs and having the strife, then what will happen is that they can charge a little bit more because of the eyeballs for the advertising. But he himself was very centrist, and there were people that came and asked questions and tried to push buttons, like saying, oh, Trump's bad, he's a convicted felon and blah, blah, blah. And he just stayed ambivalent. He stayed like a true kind of reporter should be. Like an ideal reporter should not give you their opinion, all right? They should just say, these are the facts, as we know it, it could change, all right? But that's journalism, right? But everything is op-ed now. Everything is op-ed. Opinion related. And unfortunately, that's where the society is starting to just kind of just get more and more riled up, and it's turning into WWF, wrestling, and just everything is getting really, right? We need to step back. Now the other anchor, and I'd have to look up her name. I actually did a video about her. She was from CNN, conservative, but hated Trump because of the abortion issue and blah, 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 all right? She ended up having some sort of cardiac event because she was an avid runner in Atlanta. I think it was Atlanta where she passed away. But I'd have to look up her name. But so I saw 4 in person, famous media people speak, all right? In the last, in about the last year or so. And most of them, 3 out of the 4, you know, had, you know, a very anti-Trump stance. I don't think that's healthy. I don't think that's healthy. Reporters should be locked in and ambivalent. That's not what's happening. That is not what's happening. And the reason is that these people, not everybody, but a lot of them, they are towing a line to try to demonize one side of the political spectrum, to try to promote the other side of the political spectrum. I think the poster child for this is Rachel Madcow, right? She, on MSNBC, because she probably has mad cow disease, is you know, very focused on that whole ultra-liberal agenda, right? And is using her platform, her notoriety to push it. Now they're all afraid. They're all afraid because now Trump's in office, and they know that they sided with the deep state. They hid what was going on the Hunter laptop. They promoted lies about fake dossiers on Trump. Now they're promoting Tulsi must be Tulsi must be some sort of Russian agent, so she couldn't be put into the, you know, she can't elevate, you know, to DNI, the District of National Intelligence. She doesn't have enough experience. She talks negative about the war in Ukraine. Problem. So people need to investigate not only the people that are in the deep government, but also in deep media. Maybe that's a new term. Maybe someone's already used the term. I don't know. But there is this deep media that's aligned itself with the deep state. They need to be held accountable because what they did was they were lying to the American public through this Modernization Act. The CIA, the deep state, was using domestic propaganda through media to make you think that Harris was winning Iowa in the polls. Oh. And there's other, you know, I don't want to get a strike on YouTube, but there are other things the deep state has been doing that, you know, I had covered. That they've, you know, they promote harm, physical harm, when they say, believe the science on XYZ. You know, believe the science on global change. But let's not worry about nuclear war. What do we do with the nuclear waste even if we don't have a nuclear war? It's going to get so, you know, clean energy, nuclear power. Really? Really? That's clean energy? Really? You look at the whole process, how it's mined, all the way through, you know, creating the energy and then the waste products from it, and you add that all up, the net present value, you really can say with an honest face that nuclear power is clean energy? Really? If it's so clean, then why don't we put that radioactive material on Martha's Vineyard? Oh, no, we can't do that, because that's bad. That's nuclear waste. Oh, if illegal immigration is so great, why don't we just move them all to Martha's Vineyard? Oh, we can't do that. No. Not in my backyard, no. But it's clean. Yeah, right.
That's mine when he's considering writing a report. I mean, the line I keep hearing is, well, the report won't have anything surprising or new in it, but I still think having it together and publishing something stating right before Trump takes office reminds me of, you know, when Trump was informed about the Russia investigation right before he took office and how that affected the first 6 months of his presidency, changed the next 4 years of it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Trump is very much, as you know well, about information control. And so the idea that there can be this information that he is not overseeing that can get out there in some way is, I am positive when he gets around to focusing on it, will be an issue for him. But what that looks like, I don't know. I mean, I do think that this is sort of a related, not entirely on point, but it is related. The fact that the transition is not, I'm doing my best here, stay with me, will you? The fact that the transition is at Mar-a-Lago and not in New York, like last time, half New York, half Washington, and this is not my New York bias speaking, it's that it actually, they can exist in this bubble, this sort of halcyon bubble of we won, we did it all.
Oh,
we are going to
we just saw the New York bias of a liberal. Oh, if it's not happening in New York, then somehow they're not getting full scrutiny by the media because we're New York Times and we're pseudo-intellectuals and we're going to tell you how it really is. I'll tell you, conservatives need to push back. Conservatives need to just keep on pushing back and saying, you know what, your policies suck and there's a reason why your subscribership, you know, for the New York Times is going down. Right? And
then we're gonna shake things up. And Washington is not Mar-a-Lago, and it is a very big government. And so they are going to show up and they're going to want to do things a certain way.
Washington's not like Mar-a-Lago, but New York is.
And he's going to want to control information and, you know, function in the way that he prefers functioning, and that will still be a challenge for him.
All right, let's take a
So
look
what
at,
is ClickUp?
let's take a look
ClickUp
at
is an
some more news
all-in-one-
here so we can, you know, have fun with it, right? Look, why don't we go to Cash Jordan? We haven't done a Cash Jordan video in a while. And we want to understand what's going on with the immigrant roundup. Right, because you know it's going to literally look like the Wild West from the day one when Trump gets into office in New York City, which you know we probably need. Please go to my store, help support my work. All right, where else are you going to get, you know, the plethora of wisdom, you know, on YouTube? Please, all kidding aside, I want you to improve your health and also help support the channel. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video, and get the great structural nano silver soaps that I have. They're very high quality, all right? I have them in 4 versions, all right? I have it in peppermint, I have it in lemongrass, oatmeal spice, and also charcoal tea tree. So please go to the store, get a couple bars for your household. Very high quality structural nano silver soaps, right? Help support your health, help support the channel. It's a win-win, all right? And it's through your help that we can reach a larger audience, and I can do some, you know, cool things. I'm actually, for the ones that don't know, I've added 2 new features on my website where you can listen to my podcasts in audio form. You can also listen to my podcasts on Apple Podcast and on Podomatic. The links are in the description. And you can also go to my website and watch live stream. When I live stream, I'm actually feeding into the website. So, for example, just quick show here of what it. But if you go to the website and you just go to broadcast, you got radio, and radio will. I'm starting to populate the audio files, but I also have live. So when I do a live broadcast, you can actually see the live broadcast, right? So you're seeing the live broadcast here. So I'm adding features because I have people that are helping support my channel by purchasing the products and sharing the links and all this. It's a win-win. My next big feature that I want to bring to the public is an app, to develop an app where you can purchase my products on the app, but also watch my content, live stream, and my listen to my audio files, my podcasts. and, you know, look at the PDFs, these research PDFs that I post and stuff. That way it's a win-win. It's a win-win. You learn, it helps support to grow the channel. So, you know, that's my next big project is to develop that capability of having some sort of app. But with that, let's go to Cash Jordan and figure out what the hell is going on in New York.
If you've been using a regular pepper grind all your life, you have no idea what you're missing. This is the hex mill.
The city will no longer issue vouchers to migrants to pay for food, ending a controversial program that had repeatedly come under attack by conservatives and others.
This pilot program in New York City.
So, you know, the reality of the situation is that you had vets, all right, combat vets, or military vets. You know what? They're living on the streets. They're not getting health care. They're not getting food. They're not getting the help they need. They got mental, you know, they have, you know, mental problems because of maybe PTSD or whatever. Our veterans need to be taken care of way before illegal immigrants. All right? There's something wrong when we don't take care of our senior citizens and our military vets with the same vigor as we are with illegal immigrants. That's wrong. That's wrong. We had, you know, another thing, just, I know I go off on tangents, you know, welcome to my channel. But, you know, the thing is, you have these people that speak at the Harvard Club, you know, that are people that are famous, all right? I'm seeing a lot of famous people, all right? And they never, ever pay homage on the walls, on the different floors at the Harvard Club of the members that died, service members that died in the different wars that were from Harvard. All right? But they don't have to be just from Harvard. It's just from you know, any state, any city in the country. But people need to pay homage to the ones that did the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Right? But they never get up on stage and go, you know what, on the third floor in the hallway there's a memorial for the World War I. Or on the first floor, in the main floor, you know, there's a memorial of World War II. They never say it. But they'll always be focused on pushing their book. They'll be focused on making sure that, you know, they push an agenda that's anti-Trump. That's wrong. Don't worry about the anti-Trump. Don't worry about pushing the book. You can, you know, you can do that, you know, at the end of the lecture. At the beginning of the lecture, pay homage to the people that did the ultimate sacrifice for our country. These people don't do it. So you have the ultra liberals telling you, we need to be taxed more to make sure that you know, that money is there for these social programs for the illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, right next to the illegal immigrant, as you know, is a vet that's homeless. Where's the help for them? If we have the money for the illegal immigrant, why didn't we have money for the military vet? Problem. Oh, and it's and to get, you know, and to do insult to injury, it was the deep state that promoted the war. The deep state promotes the war that people serve honorably, come home, and then are now homeless, and the deep state doesn't even fucking care anymore. But the deep state will somehow orchestrate an effort to make sure that there's a flood of illegal immigrants coming over the Rio Grande. Really. Oh, and the deep state will figure out a way to make sure there's funding for those illegal immigrants. Why don't you put as much effort in creating wars and trying to orchestrate mass caravans over the Rio Grande? All right? Spend that effort in making sure that our senior citizens and our vets are taken care of. Pretty simple.
debit card program that gave asylum seekers $350 a week for food. And with the price of groceries in this city way above average, the controversy over these cards was never ending. But they were canceled within a day of President Trump winning re-election in a landslide. And the cancellation of this program just adds to the uncertainty many asylum seekers here are already facing, with the new president promising mass deportations.
The city began giving out 3,000 debit cards to roughly 900 migrant families in March. The cards, worth up to $350 per week, were designed to only be used for essential items like food and baby supplies.
The one-year contract provided what the city described as culturally relevant food. You may remember the food the city had been providing in migrant shelters was seen as not culturally sensitive to the needs of some migrant groups.
The influx of migrants is easing. In January, 4,000 arrived every week. Now, for every 600 who arrive, 1,400 leave.
Many of them are actually getting out on their own within 30 to 45 days after being able to integrate and find their own place to, rent a room.
We told you earlier about the expansion of the program in July to 7,300 migrant families, and critics argued the city-funded cards were unfair. And some Republicans expressed worries the debit cards would attract more undocumented immigrants to the city.
So the incredibly controversial prepaid debit card program is now over. But what nobody's talking about is this program was pretty much doomed to fail from the start, because not only do New York City's shelters provide 3 meals a day and unlimited continental snacks, cooking is banned inside the shelters themselves, and the cards were supposed to be used for groceries, making it hard to see exactly how the $1,400 monthly allotment families were given could be used to buy and prepare the healthy, culturally relevant foods that they were intended to. But what's really shocking here is the timing of this program's cancellation, because it was started almost a year ago, and then 4 months ago it was such a success that it was expanded to cover more families, and then within a day of the election it was just canceled. Which is weird, because our leaders kept defending this program by saying that the $1,400 prepaid cards were saving the city money and helping us help more asylum seekers than ever before. But the city's shelter system still evicts asylum seekers after 1 or 2 months, leaving many homeless, spending for themselves. At the same time, the number of asylum seekers in the city has dropped drastically ever since President Biden's executive action on the border. And with President Trump set to take office and start what he calls the largest deportation effort in U.S. history, the 700 people or so arriving here every week could continue to drop even lower. And that brings us to the real reason why these cards are now gone. President Trump's landslide election victory has signaled the end of the growth phase of the asylum crisis here in New York City. And Donald Trump's victory.
Why is everyone spiraling over YouTube banning ad blockers? Like, chill guys, just use Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that's actually made by one of the founders of Honey.
I can't stand the ads.
Here in New York City. And Donald Trump's victory is also a huge victory for our progressive leaders, because it gives them all the cover they need to cancel expensive asylum seeker programs which don't actually help anybody, while placing the blame for the cancellation of those programs on a guy who hasn't been running the country for the last 4 years. But at the same time, our leaders, who are in cahoots with the businesses getting rich off our asylum crisis, don't want that crisis to completely go away, because it's allowed a sprawling network of abandoned warehouses and factories to generate generational wealth for their owners as shelters that aren't helping to lift anyone out of poverty. And as you're about to see, there is so much money at stake here that resistance to President Trump and his new immigration plans is pretty much guaranteed. So this tower right here behind me, this is the Row Hotel. It's a former luxury hotel that now operates as an emergency shelter for asylum seeker families here in Midtown. And not only does it make its owners...
Of course it's luxury, because it's only luxury in New York. Why don't they house the actual illegal immigrants in that big, gigantic, beautiful building that the New York Times has? Because they print a lot of paper saying how important it is to have illegal immigrants.
billions of dollars a month because of the asylum crisis. This is also where this controversial debit card program has its origins, because whistleblowers revealed that the city was throwing away hundreds of thousands of dollars of prepared meals that were supposed to go to asylum seeker families, but because they weren't being eaten, they were just being disposed of, thrown in the trash. They weren't even being donated to some of the local homeless shelters around here. Video footage of the meals.
Isn't that crazy? There are lots of people that are homeless, that are hungry, that are citizens, all right? And they were throwing away food? This is why we need Doge. The waste at the federal and the state and the city levels is astronomical. We are wasting so much money because the people aren't held accountable. When you hold people accountable, when you say you need to do this and you create a monitoring system to see if they reach those goals, and if they don't, you hold them accountable, then when you do that, the society will be more efficient. But when you don't, then you have this runaway waste spending.
Like they were absolutely unedible, and the asylum seekers said that the food made them sick. The city fired back by saying the meals were of perfectly edible and fine quality at $11 a piece. But because of all this food waste, the debit card program was conceived to lower the amount of food waste, because it was thought that by giving people a card that they could use to buy groceries, they wouldn't throw anything away that they just went out and bought, even though the preparing of non-ready-to-eat foods is banned inside shelters just like this.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced an end to a program providing prepaid debit cards to migrant families Thursday.
1 year, that was what it was in place for 1 year. Now we have moved away from the emergency response because we have had a constant decrease in our population.
So Mayor Adams is right. This was a pilot program and it is now over, but coincidentally it just so happens to have been canceled within a day of the election, and the entire time this program was operating, as controversial as it was, city leaders defended it as being necessary and as being great. And right before it was canceled back in July, it was expanded to cover even more families. So it looked like this program was going to go on forever, and then something changed.
And observers are saying now that Donald Trump has regained the presidency, the asylum crisis may start drawing to a close as border security measures, which go beyond current security measures, are implemented. And as the number of new arrivals in the city starts to drop, the city will have every reason to say it doesn't need to maintain programs which are controversial and expensive.
And by comparison, giving people a debit card they can use every week to buy maybe prepared food at like a buffet or something is much cheaper than throwing that food straight in the garbage and nobody eating it. And the meals that were going in the garbage were $11 a piece, which means one person, if they weren't eating any of this food, $33 in meals were going in the trash every day. A family of 4 who wasn't able to eat the food would lead to around $3,900 in wasted meals. Well, look at this. Those airline meals that everybody hates and still eats, those only cost $4 each. And if the city wanted to pay $11 per meal and have a multitude of options, they could have just signed everybody up for Factor. The point is the whole meal program that was initially instituted at places like this was an absolute scam, and that scam was used to justify this debit card program that was also kind of a scam, it turns out, because it didn't work even though we were told it was working.
But now that this program is gone, a lot of unanswered questions are on everyone's mind, like what are these families who were relying on them to feed themselves going to do now?
And does this signal a change in the city's stance towards being a sanctuary city with a right to shelter? After all, many of the asylum seekers who live in places like this, they were invited in by city officials who promised them the American dream, and now things that were supposed to help them are being canceled. Does that signal that the city will no longer be a sanctuary at some point in the near future? This is something a lot of people are wondering.
The mayor called the program a success, citing reduced food waste and millions of dollars put into the local economy. We told you earlier about the expansion of the program in July to 7,300 migrant families. And critics argue the city-funded carts were unfair.
Now, yes, this program was considerably cheaper than just throwing food straight in the trash. But one of the other criticisms of it was that it was so generous. There may have been people that said, gee, I'm going to go to New York to seek asylum instead of anywhere else because I can get the hotel and the debit card. And that kind of makes sense. Why would you seek asylum in a place that didn't provide those things, especially if you're fleeing poverty?
And just as the program was called by some to be extremely unfair, it's also unfair for the city to set asylum seekers up, tell them they're going to take care of them, and then to cancel all of that stuff suddenly, after saying that it was working, revealing that New York's asylum crisis, it's not managed in a way that is going to improve the lives of anybody except the people who run the businesses that are helping with the whole situation. For example, the owners of this hotel, they're making millions of dollars. The worst thing for them would be for the asylum crisis to end, because then the hotel wouldn't be fully booked for years on end.
But as an emergency homeless shelter, it's not actually that great, because an emergency homeless shelter is supposed to be part of a larger goal of getting people back up on their feet. But after you move into a place like this, after 1 or 2 months, the city evicts you because it doesn't have unlimited space, and an unlimited number of people are coming here and also need a place to stay. And many of the folks that are here, yes, they're moving out, but to where, we don't truly know. We know some people are living in tents. That's not a great system. And now there's speculation that the cancellation of this program is pure politics, because had the election results been different, the number of arrivals in New York City would likely remain unchanged, and this program that was billed as the greatest thing since sliced bread would have probably been maintained. But with the electorate changing its mind about what it wants national immigration policy to look like, the program has suddenly disappeared. And the people in the shelters, they're starting to disappear as well, even though about 58,000 are still in the city's care.
The Merit is one of 2 shelter sites now closed down because the influx of migrants is easing. In January, 4,000 arrived every week. Now, for every 600 who arrive, 1,400 leave.
So, yes, 1,400 people a month are leaving, but that's not some magical success story. The city has admitted they don't keep track of where people go, just that they were living in a shelter and now they don't. They don't know if these people are better off. They don't know where they're living. They have no idea.
But obviously, if the city expected to continue receiving high numbers of new arrivals, they would not be closing down facilities that are meant to house those people and take care of them, because that's what the law here says we have to do.
Yet the city is taking this opportunity to drastically decrease the number of shelters that it has. They're even closing down the massive 3,000 person facility.
When they're pushing out some of these illegal immigrants out of these shelters, and they're dispersing in the city or in the state or even, somewhere in the country, it's going to be harder to round them up when Trump gets into office. I mean, just keep that in mind, all right? If they're centralized, it's easier to round them up. If they're decentralized, it's harder to round them up.
Randall's Island that has been plagued by controversy and has gang members reportedly using it as a home base to commit crime all over the town, which is another issue altogether. How helpful can these shelters really be if bad people are living inside of them, people who are members of a gang that profits from human exploitation? This is a massive problem. A humanitarian crisis infiltrated by human exploiters?
That's not only a massive problem for the people living inside these facilities who have little kids and now have to wonder if the criminal underworld will try and recruit them.
But it's also a problem for the entire city, because how can we harbor gang members and fugitives and keep them safe in a place where law enforcement is not allowed to enter? Police, they can't even go inside these places. That's why you have a cruiser parked out front. That's as close as they can get to put forth a law enforcement presence.
And with reports coming out about weapons finding their way inside these facilities, many people want to see the police doing more, but they can't. It's illegal, because as a sanctuary city, we've got this idea that somehow law enforcement and immigration are toxic to each other.
But since we think that way, many of the same people who fled poverty and fled crime are finding the same criminals in the places that are supposed to help them get back on their feet. That's not a good system at all for anybody. Nobody should have to live in a place like that is actually more dangerous or just as dangerous as where they came from. Yet now, because of who it is that wants to do something about this, local opposition to any new immigration efforts is growing, without realizing that these resistance efforts are really just supporting the criminals who are ruining the lives of asylum seekers who this crisis is named after. So So in just a few weeks, the criminals, gang members, and terror watch list suspects who've escaped into America and aren't supposed to be here, they're gonna have to start watching their backs because the incoming president has promised that they will be the focus of his deportation efforts. And when you consider that many of these cartels and gangs have been exploiting people since before they even entered this country, their removal from it is gonna be a good thing for the law-abiding asylum seekers, as well as the middle-income communities around New York that have been overtaken by crime, which has come from these gangs in many cases. Yet somehow, not everybody agrees that securing the border and getting rid of the bad guys is a good idea.
I have arguments a lot up on Capitol Hill. Give me one downside on secure border. What's the downside unless people on terrorist watch list coming across the border? A secure border saves lives.
All right, I'm for secure border because I believe that if you don't have a country, you don't have a country if you're not securing your border or your currency. All right, and the globalists want that to the globalists want you to have porous borders and destabilized currency, so you lose power, you lose your sovereignty, and you get plugged into this uber government. All right, strong borders is a good thing, you know, like Robert Frost said, good fences make good neighbors. All right, well, we need a strong border. But the globalists, and we'll play a little bit of Bloomberg Live, right? After a couple of videos here. But the globalists, they want the porous borders because that's their version of slave labor. And the economists will just say, well, it's helping the GDP. They don't mention that it's hurting the veteran because the social programs are moving towards the illegal immigrant and not helping the veteran out. But the economists will say, it's helping our GDP, so we should bring in illegal immigrants because who else is going to, work for $10 an hour cleaning toilets? It's a problem. It's a big problem. The elites that are liberal, they keep on promoting this policy, but really, if you want to go down to the root cause of it, it's slave labor. It's slave labor.
country can't have strong national security if we don't have border security. We gotta know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming in.
I guess the only downside to a secure border is that they hurt those who profit from the asylum crisis, both the gangs that are smuggling people into the country and the businesses here in New York that are getting rich off of all this while not actually helping rehabilitate people. And apparently these cartels have a $13 billion a year industry bringing people into the country for money. That's massive. Of course they're going to be upset about it. Their whole industry is going to get shut down as it...
This space heater is being called the Tesla of heaters. It can warm up houses for practically zero cost. This game-changer invention will keep you warm without costing you a fortune. It can crank up the heat in any room in seconds. And get this, it does it while barely sipping any.
Is going to get shut down as it should. And it's providing our local criminals here who profit off the exploitation of their fellow asylum seekers with an unlimited number of potential victims and new recruits for their gangs. Because every week you've still got 700 to 1,000 people arriving here who need a place to stay. And they're going to get it because right to shelter is the law of the land. And what's crazy is even though New York City has all of these laws that were set up in the name of compassion and caring for people, they created an environment which does the opposite of that, because criminals are exploiting these sanctuary city policies that hide them from the federal government and our soft on crime laws that release criminals when they do things like shoplift or rob and assault others. At the same time, we've already had our fair share of protests from people claiming that the new president's plans are anti-immigrant plans. And these protesters make no differentiation between people who might be here in a law-abiding capacity and people who might be gang members looking to prey upon those who have nothing. And that's just the gang portion of this. You've got people getting off buses here at the bus terminal who are on terror watch lists. Who knows what their plans are? And it's a good thing that someone's finally going to try to track these folks down.
The priorities for the deportation operation are public safety threats and national security threats. Last time I looked at the data, we have over 700,000 that have a criminal conviction and a final order that are walking the streets. So, we got that. That's a priority. And national security threats, those.
So when this deportation agenda kicks off, families and the law-abiding will not be the focus of it because there aren't the resources available to focus on every single person who might be in the country in a capacity that is not 100% official. ICE only has around 6,000 agents who can act in a deportation capacity at this moment. And with some experts saying there are over 700,000 criminals in this country, they're going to be busy for quite some time. But here's what most people don't know. This could pose a risk to New York City because as this crackdown begins, certain areas of the country are going to cooperate with it, and other areas of the country, like this one in particular, are going to resist it at a local level. And you may have people who are wanted by the federal government who specifically try to come to New York because it's a place where they can kind of hide out and avoid federal law enforcement. That would be a bad thing, and it would probably be a really bad thing considering that this city has decided it's going to remain a sanctuary and may end up protecting people who want to do harm to others in some manner. All the while, protesters who claim to have the best interest of asylum seekers and law-abiding immigrants at heart are giving cover to these criminals by protesting on their behalf because they're the ones that are the target of this new deportation effort once it starts. What do you think about that? Would this end up being a good thing for New York City to get rid of some of the criminals that live in our shelters and live next to families who have small kids who may be approved for asylum and may be on their way to beginning new lives in this country? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in.
Big problem in New York. Also, big problem in Little China. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. Click the link that's in the description box of this video and all my videos. Go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the health supplements that I offer to help support this channel and to help support your health. A great way to bring down inflammation and help to improve your immune system and your cardiovascular system is to take turmeric, because it will bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines, but also it is an antioxidant. It brings down inflammation. Ashwagandha root, you should take it together. Ashwagandha root helps to control your blood glucose levels, but also your cortisol levels. And by doing that, you're bringing down that inflammatory response and you're improving your cardiovascular system because you're bringing down that inflammation and reducing the irritation in the intima of your blood vessels, all right? You need that irritation. Irritation and inflammation has to happen to allow for plaque buildup. The first stage of it is irritation. If you bring down that irritation, you bring down that inflammation in your vascular system, you're reducing the chances of building up plaque. So, and when you bring down chronic inflammation in your body, you're also improving your immune system. So this is why it's a dual purpose product, all right? It's part of it's the second pillar of my anti-aging protocol, bringing down inflammation. The first pillar is neutralize pathogens with structural nanosilvers. The second pillar is bring down inflammation with the turmeric and the ashwagandha. And the third pillar is take strong antioxidants like C60. So, and then you build onto that, those pillars with these different supplements by stacking. That's how it works, right? So everybody should be taking turmeric and ashwagandha on a daily basis. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric and the ashwagandha. Help support the work, the channel, and improve your health. It's very important for everybody to take a multivitamin. This multivitamin is easy to digest. Go to the store, take a look at the actual vitamin profile. I don't have time to read it off. But it's a very high quality vitamin, easy to digest. You should take this every day, and this is part of your daily stack. So multivitamins are important because they are cofactors for enzymatic activity. You have an enzyme, all right? And there's different little docking areas on the enzyme. And these multivitamins, right? Vitamins, certain types of vitamins will attach to the enzyme and create a certain conformation on the enzyme to allow it to function better. If you don't have those multivitamins, your enzymes don't function as well. That means your biological processes and your cellular processes are not happening as efficiently. You need the multivitamins for that proper efficiency. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. All right, let's go to Fox News. This is about Mexico, China is gonna pay. I like this. You know why? Because I saw the automotive industry and the tool and die industry get decimated because of NAFTA in Detroit, all right? NAFTA hurt manufacturing in the United States. Now, there were people that benefited from Wall Street and Walmart, people that own, you know, the Walmart family. But manufacturing was decimated because of NAFTA. I would love to see higher tariffs against Mexican goods and Canadian goods.
Time for the hot topic of the hour. President-elect Trump says he will issue a day-one executive order slapping tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China until they stop the flow of illegal immigrants and fentanyl into America. Fox News' Madeline Rivera is live in Washington this morning with more. Madeline.
Hi, good morning, Maria. This could all have a major impact on trade. The threats are also the biggest indication yet that President-elect Trump intends to move forward with the tough talk he espoused during the campaign trail. He wrote on Truth Social, as one of my many first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open borders. Trump also says we will be charging China an additional 10% tariff above any additional tariffs on all of their many products coming into the United States of America. He's accusing Chinese leaders of failing to follow through on its promises to impose the maximum penalty for drug dealers. Canada, Mexico, and China are the top 3 largest trading partners of the United States, so the tariffs could have implications for several industries like automakers, farmers, and food packagers. The reaction from international leaders was swift. A spokesman at the Chinese embassy in Washington says China believes that China-U.S. economic and trade cooperation is mutually beneficial in nature. No one will win a trade war or a tariff war. It's unclear, though, if Trump intends to follow through with the tariffs or if the rhetoric is intended as a negotiating tool. Canada's Deputy Prime Minister says they'll continue to discuss immigration with the incoming administration, adding Canada places the highest priority on border security and the integrity of our shared border. It's an example of how governments and companies are rethinking their strategies in the wake of Trump's re-election. Maria.
All right, Madeline, thanks very much. Manny Rivera there. Here's what Trump's incoming Treasury Secretary,
Before we go to the, before we continue with Fox Business, I just want to do a market update here. So the S&P 500 is trading above 6,000 right now. The VIX is trading at about 14, so risk is lower in the equity market. The dollar is strengthening relative to the euro, and oil is still trading below $70 a barrel at 69.60. And Bitcoin is trading lower.
Approach to tariffs.
Or at least the big
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform.
Approach to tariffs.
Donald Trump's ready on day one. When he wins, January 20th, he's going to hit the ground running, and it's going to be a growth agenda. Tariffs are going to be part of that.
I'm not a big fan of this guy, what is his name, Bassinet. He's a Yalie. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I didn't trust Mnuchin either. Why? Because he was a Yalie.
Original tariff man, and he did it to raise revenues and to protect American industry. Donald Trump has added the negotiating leg, and I think given Donald Trump's credibility on tariffs from Trump 1.0, he will hit the ground running on 2.0, and world leaders and business executives will know he means business.
Oh, yeah, and he's keeping that promise with this announcement overnight, Chris, that he's going to be slapping. These are additional tariffs that we expected anyway on China. And of course, Mexico and Canada, he's got the USMCA deal in place, but he's got the right to renegotiate that, and it looks like he's going to do just that, Chris.
As he should. It's already working, Marie. We already heard that the Chinese car company saying we don't want to build another factory in Mexico because we're concerned how Trump will perceive it. It's showing us that he's using it as a negotiating tactic. It's working extraordinarily well. And frankly, if the U.S. cars are having 100% import in China, it's still disproportionate. This is going to tighten up the border. This is going to stop that flow of illegal drugs. These things that he ran upon, and he has the power to do it. And I think he's willing to use this stick. And I think we'll land at a lower percentage rate, but I think some tariffs are completely appropriate.
Jonathan, it's amazing to me how everybody's getting in line. Even before Trump gets in office, you're seeing a think twice about having a Chinese factory in Mexico narrative going on there in Mexico. You've got the Russians saying, I'm ready for a reset with America. You've got a handful of companies in America saying, I'm going to take my supply chains out of China and build everything in America.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's all these people, particularly on the left, that look at President Trump and say, oh, wow, he's lost his mind. What is he doing? He's doing...
Dr. Paul Cottrell, what would you do to help create a better America? Manufacturing. We need to manufacture in the United States. Very important. It provides jobs. It creates economic clustering. It creates innovation. We need to stop having our children going into being lawyers. We have too much of a litigious society. We need to design, manufacture, build stuff.
Something when the left has done nothing for the last 4 years to address what he's trying to do. So I commend the president in terms of what he's doing, but also keep in mind that these tariffs, they're level playing field tariffs, right? I mean, these countries are also imposing tariffs on our country as well. So, it doesn't just flow one way. The other thing is, China has been long overdue for tariffs to be going up. I mean, they have lied, cheated, stolen.
So let's just say, okay, you have Trump going, okay, I'm going to put some tariffs on China. All right, and those goods and services, those goods that are coming in, from Walmart are going to be a little bit more expensive. So you have the Walmart family picking up the red phone, the bat phone, and calling Trump, how dare you put tariffs on our goods in China? Even though we decimated middle America businesses because the American people need to buy cheap goods at Walmart. And then Trump would say, well, Walden family, you're rich enough. Don't worry about it. We need to build manufacturing in the United States. Now, what you're going to hear is a bunch of economists saying, that's going to be inflationary. Very few of them will say it's building economic clustering and allow for us to have a better GDP.
Since 1999 at least. They need to be held accountable. I don't think 10% is high enough, Maria.
Wow, Cheryl, what do you think?
Look, 80% of exports from Canada and Mexico combined come to the United States. To say that these two countries are concerned about these threats is an understatement of the morning. But I will also add that it's reported that Justin Trudeau actually called Donald Trump yesterday, about 2 hours after this announcement. They're going to be very nervous, and they should be. As far as China, look, China has continued to sell the chemicals that make fentanyl. They sell to the cartels. The cartels move it to the United States, and we have a fentanyl crisis and more than 200 deaths per day in this nation. And it has to stop. Enough is enough. And if this is the way to do it, whether it's a threat or whether it goes through, fine. The other component of this is the price, the consumer prices. Are they going to go up? Yeah, you know what? Maybe they will. But I think it's up now to these two countries and to China as well to come back to the negotiating table. And by the way, does Mexico really want to continue to be the back door for China? Ask yourself that. Or are you more concerned about the neighbor right to your north, the United States of America, who now have a new administration who is done with you and your border situation?
Well, we'll see. I mean, Cowan and Company is writing about how Trump did it. I mean, he announced it in a post last night.
Trump, once he gets into office, needs to do scorched earth, man. He needs to do scorched earth when it comes to these unfair trade agreements. He needs to do scorched earth with NATO. He needs to do scorched earth with the deep state. Because once Trump gets out of office, the chances are you're never going to see another Trump-type presidency. maybe for another 250 years. So we got to get the job done now, all right? Everything that we need to do to clean up the house, to make the society more prosperous, more efficient, it's about God, country, and family, right? I mean, you look at it, God, country, and family. Why do I say that? You need to have some sort of morality, so that's tied to God, right? You need to have an affinity for your country, all right? You got to embrace the country and try to make the country as prosperous as possible. Then you need to have the family component, because that's the foundation. So you have morality, and you have you have security and constitutional freedoms, and you have an affinity for country, right? And trying to do the right thing, and then also the importance of family and family creation. And when you have that, you're going to have a society that is going to be more in line with being prosperous, more in line with being ethical, right? It's when you destroy the family unit. Oh, old people don't matter, right? No, old people do matter, all right? Veterans matter, right? But when you have a liberal agenda that's saying, the old people, just push them aside, they're, we don't need them anymore, they've already done their GDP, purchasing power and all that. When you have a society that just throws away the elderly, just throws away its veterans, it's a problem. So you have to have a strong affinity of this God, country, and family to build the ethical framework to move the country forward into prosperity. When you look at these liberal policies, it's always in some way, somehow eroding all of those categories or just one of them. They're either eroding all the God, country, and family, or just one of them when you look at a ultra-liberal policy. So you gotta get back to the pillars of society. God, country, family. Right? And when you do that, a lot of this ultra-liberal stuff just falls to the wayside. It's tainted with evil. That this ultra-liberal is tainted with evil. And when that happens, it erodes the fabric of society. It erodes us being cohesive.
Trump, in a social media post Monday night, threatened the 25% tariff on Canada, Mexico, and a 10% tariff on China on January 20th. Scott Bessent has talked about this on the many times that he's joined us on this program. And he also discussed the lawfare against then candidate Trump and the impact on the dollar after Trump's former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, Kevin Hassett, told me nobody will want to buy treasuries in America if Donald Trump is found guilty in these legal cases and handcuffed. Watch this.
But we are starting to see foreign central banks moving out of the dollar. We have never run deficits like this before, either in peacetime or during when we didn't have a recession. So we depend on foreigners to fund those deficits, and if they stop, then interest rates go higher, which is what we've seen here.
Yeah.
And
but the thing is that if interest rates go higher and we need to reservice our debt with higher interest rates, perhaps maybe we should be more efficient with our spending. See, we can't look at these problems in silos, just one variable. We have to look at these problems multivariable. And with DOGE coming in and making the country more efficient, then we're spending less. When you cut taxes, yes, tax revenue will, at the individual level, the individual taxes going into the government will be less, right, if we cut taxes. But the thing is that with more money, you have more purchasing power. And with more purchasing power, what will happen is that the GDP will go up, and that the overall economy and that invisible hand of the economy functioning will generate taxes that will lead to going into the coffers of the government to pay for its debt. So it's a combination: issue less debt, make the government more efficient, and give the people more money by reducing its taxes, and then put tariffs on foreign goods so it pushes companies to build and manufacture and design in the United States, so it revs up our economy, not someone else's economy. See, for the last 30 years, because of NAFTA and this whole push for globalization, the money changers, the banks, Wall Street, they're the ones that were benefiting. Middle America was not really benefiting. They were getting by. They were slowly getting better, or they were stagnant. And in some communities, it fell to the wayside, especially like Flint, Michigan, where the economic clustering was large when the plants were there, but once the plants left Flint, the tax revenue left, the water ended up becoming poisonous for the population, and you know, the whole society was starting to spiral downward. But when you have manufacturing in the United States, when you're creating jobs at different levels, right? There's economic clustering, and the economy is more vibrant. That's more important than this quick fix with, well, just import cheap goods. Because what was happening is that you had the deep state that wants you to import cheap goods from Walmart. The Treasury will issue bonds with a higher debt, right? And that money that was going to for Walmart, for your cheap good, right? Walmart's paying China, some manufacturer in China, and the Chinese has all these American dollars. So they had to buy American debt, American bonds. So it kept financing the overspending of the government. Well, if you want to get the deep state to stop overspending, you got to stop the money flow into China. And of course, when you disturb the system, prices may go up in the short term. May. I mean, there's lots of other variables that can bring the prices down. But in the short term, prices may go up, but your economy is moving towards being more efficient, more solvent, more self-reliant. And so when you do that, you're weakening the deep state. You're not strengthening the deep state, you're weakening it. You want to keep on importing cheap goods and having foreign countries buying our debt? You're strengthening the deep state, because now they have a buyer. They have a buyer of the government debt. And that's the majority of the people on Bloomberg. They're trying to promote the deep state. They want to keep the status quo. We need manufacturing. We need to drill baby drill, but we need to manufacture baby manufacture.
Spectacle of a former president being hauled away would not help anyone's confidence. And I think that the American people abroad don't believe that this is anything but a show trial.
And of course, all of those charges at this point have been dropped, and we are expecting they are going away now, Chris, forever. But we'll see. We wanted to show you what Scott Bessent has said on this program, not only about tariffs and the economic policy that he is going to shepherd through, but also his thoughts on all of this lawfare that has happened to Trump in the last several years, Chris.
I think this guy is showing why he's the perfect choice to take this job, right? He's even keeled, he's thoughtful, he's respected. I mean, who works for Soros and is still respected by both sides like this guy is? It's incredible. And I think his insight's right. It's all based on confidence. It's all based on leadership. And if we can't have confidence in our leaders, Trump's going to be put in jail on some trumped up charges. I think the fact that it's gone away is good for our country. And I think the equities market and the bond market are both going to respond extremely positively.
Let me get this straight. Soros involved nominee and Yaley, that sounds like a recipe for problems. I don't know, but is Trump making the same mistake that he made in his first administration with some key positions, like the Treasury, and getting, wolves in there that have sheep's clothing? Because sometimes Trump does stupid stuff. Amazing. All right, let's go to Bloomberg. Not live feed, but one of their podcasts dealing with Trump's vow for taxation. And I haven't seen this, but I'm willing to bet they're going to demonize the tariffs because they're going to be pushing, it's going to be inflationary. Because remember, Bloomberg is promoting a status quo agenda, not the change that the people want. But we'll see. We'll give them a better.
In today's working world, complexity is everywhere. And before you can catch up, everything changes. But what if technology and AI, content,
when you think about it, a 25% tariff on our two largest trading partners. I mean, Mexico has now become the #1 trading partner with the United States, followed by Canada. And part of it is the markets are highly, highly integrated. Particularly, I would say the two sectors that have sort of already been touched on, autos and energy. I mean, autos is one of those industries where
they're highly integrated because we allowed NAFTA to just keep on going and cutting jobs and cutting jobs and cutting jobs and cutting jobs to the point that you have to rely on the international community. Doesn't that sound like a long-term, multi-decade process to weaken the country so it loses its prowess and its self-determination and its sovereignty? Seems to me that's what was happening. I am so tired of these people that are just like, well, we're integrated now. Well, why don't we ask the question, why don't we disintegrate? why do we unravel the damage that NAFTA and this global trade has happened to U.S. manufacturing and go towards localization, not globalization?
The auto parts literally crossing the border 8 times before they ultimately get developed into a car. So when you start to then put a tariff of 25% on each one of those parts each time it crosses the border until it ends up becoming developed into a car, you start to see how incredibly significant this idea of a 25%
Okay, so
tariff.
you're gonna go buy your Bronco from Ford. Let's say it costs $35,000 right now. I don't know how much it costs, but let's say you option it out to $35,000. All right, Trump throws in these tariffs, and now your Bronco is $40,000 or $50,000, and sales go down. Guess what? You know what Ford's going to do? They're going to get on the phone and they're going to go to their local manufacturers in the United States and go, how long is it going to take for you to start moving the manufacturing back to America? Because Ford isn't going to put up with declining sales. So you need a president that's willing to play chicken with these big manufacturers like Ford Motor Company and go, move the fucking stuff back to America and make it.
On trade with Mexico and Canada. I mean, again, you think about it, that right now, the trade between the three countries is now in the order of $2 trillion a year, $3 million per minute, accounting for 10 million jobs and at least 15.
So if we have this trade, trillions of dollars, wouldn't it be nice to make it in America? There would be more people employed. They're being paid high paid jobs. And that activity would be taxed and help with paying down the debt because we're $36 trillion in debt. See, it's just, they're just
global trade. So this idea of hitting our two largest trading partners, again, with this somewhat unusual notion of using tariffs, a trade tool, again, an economic trade tool, in order to fight something that is not particularly trade.
The globalists are like vampires. Literally, they're like vampires. And with vampires, you show some light and they're afraid of the light. Or you show them, I don't know, a crucifix and or holy water or whatever, right? There's certain things that vampires are really afraid of. Well, globalists are really afraid of the word tariff. And you're seeing an economist, former U.S. International Trade Commissioner, I'm assuming she was an economist, but someone that's pro-globalization, all right, trying to demonize tariffs because she's a vampire and she's afraid of the word. Because you know what? Tariffs do work. But it's as long as you also pull the other levers. Manufacturing has to come back to America. And the globalists do not want that. They do not want to hear that. Because the overall strategy is to integrate the northern and southern hemisphere in the Americas. Basically strengthen, with NAFTA, it was basically strengthen the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Get that, and then the next phase would have been strengthen that, the northern trade bloc, with the southern trade bloc in South America, and have this turn into kind of a economic region using a common currency, right? And then it starts moving into, well, this is in the future, but they wanted to basically create an Amero, something like the Euro, the Amero, where everything was all northern and southern in our region of the world. And then eventually go into some sort of governmental integration. So first economic integration, then currency integration, then government integration. But if you start breaking that apart, you're breaking up the plan. And globalists hate that.
In the sense that, complaining about fentanyl or about, border crossings, migration issues, but yet using this tariff tool to do it is, again, a very out of the box, and again, from, many people's perspective, not an appropriate use of a tariff. And certainly not consistent with the commitments that we made. Yeah.
Is there a sense that it is the initial salvo?
We had agreements where we were going to have this integration. Heaven forbid that we, the people, through the Electoral College, puts in a president that wants to have better trade deals and bring back manufacturing to America. That seems to be antithetical to the globalist agenda. Heaven forbid. See what I mean with Bloomberg? It's all about globalization.
He's a negotiator. It's a case of putting the numbers out there so that perhaps, his trading partners will come to the table and give a good deal.
Oh, absolutely, yes. I think
control and domination, that's the goal of all power systems. They can be resisted, and should be.
That's Noam Chomsky.
I'm simply helping people.
You know what's amazing with Noam Chomsky? Even though I'm going on a tangent.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I know I'm going on a tangent, but it's my show and I can go on tangents. But, the thing is with Noam Chomsky, he hated Trump. But if you really listen to Noam Chomsky, some of the things that he's talking about with, globalization and the deep state and manufactured consensus, with the agencies trying to convince you to do things, right, at a domestic level or international level, he's right. Unfortunately, he's wrong. He's wrong on the political spectrum, but he's right about what's going on in society. And we got to be, we got to strengthen our manufacturing. People need to start waking up. We need to design and manufacture in America. We got to stop placating to globalist interests. All right, since I'm off my tangent, I'm going to go back to Bloomberg.
I think, again, you can expect this to be very, very transactional. And I think that's part of the reason for announcing it well before he's even in office. I mean, he is clearly looking for, and I would say, you know, Canada and Mexico to come to him with offers of things that they can do. And I think you already heard a little bit of the flavor of what Canada is going to say, which is, why are you coming after me, Canada? With respect to fentanyl and with respect to migration issues, that's really not been the issue that the United States is seeing is, you know, again,
former U.S. trade representative, it's about manufacturing.
Across the border, coming across the Canadian border. And the issue is whether this is partly trying to divide Canada from Mexico and have them be treated differently. But there's no question that this is an opening salvo of a negotiation to try to get, again, and the problem is a little bit of an unclear result. So again, the bargaining will begin about what do either of these countries have to show in order to demonstrate that they've come forward with something that would be acceptable in order to get these tariffs lifted.
Eli, let's bring you into the conversation. I mean, as Jennifer indicated, these are huge numbers. These are, you know, direct trading partners. Does that change the calculation for you when you take a look at your investment strategy now?
Yes, absolutely. So, look, President Trump is going right for the jugular here. These are the three largest trading partners of the U.S., and I think we have to be really
Oh my God! What are we gonna do? We
is...
created all these funds that were focused on globalization. Oh my God! And now Trump's in office, and he's gonna deconstruct the global world and move things local. What are we gonna do? It's gonna affect our portfolios. Oh my God! They don't really care about the actual worker. All they care about, I'll tell you, it's amazing over you know, in the Harvard community. There's so many people, you know, that are like trying to start up a hedge fund or trying to start up an investment fund and blah 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 blah. You know, 90% of them get a law degree and then they end up trying to open up a hedge fund because they couldn't practice law and they think they know economics. And 90% of them blow up their fund. You know, God, these people. There needs to be intellectuals that push back on these people because they are fucking up America.
Probably going to reset inflation expectations. I think the general consensus for Trump's 2.0 so far is that it's good for equities, it's bad for bonds, and we've seen, you know, bond yields on the long end come up as well. Now, there's a limit to how much bond yields could come up without scattering the equity rally. Now, we think that if inflation expectations starts creeping up, the Fed stops cutting rates. Now, we could see the 10-year move towards 5%, and history shows us that if it goes beyond that, then that starts to be a problem for the equity uptrend that we're seeing. So this is something that we have to be real careful of.
Yeah, but what if you have localization where you have more manufacturing? You're increasing your GDP in the United States because of just investing. You know, companies are saying, why would I want to put a plant in a high tariffed area? Why not put it in Arizona instead of Mexico? And then eventually you have these workers and you're making something and it's being produced in America and there's some taxes off of that production and there's consumer goods that are provided and people have jobs and have money. The middle class was created because of the automobile. You know why? Because there was wisdom from Ford realizing the person working on the line should be making enough to be able to buy the product they're making. Oh, and that's how the middle class was created. Before the car, there were the rich and the poor. Well, if you throw away manufacturing, don't you think that the middle class starts to get weaker? Yeah.
Ahead of PCE, it's also ahead of the December move. Expectations are that the Fed may cut 25 basis points. Might this just change the needle for the Fed?
Well, we think that the Fed is probably mostly on autopilot for the next 2 to 3 cuts for now. I mean, they've just started. Real rates are still too high, and Trump hasn't come on yet. So I think they'll do a little bit of wait and see on how the data comes in. But I think, you know, from the last news we saw, I think certainly growth is still resilient. They are watching out for how, you know, inflation expectations are moving. And again, if Trump's tariffs moves that needle in the direction that they're not looking for, I think we could see probably higher bond yields start to be a problem for markets.
What we're seeing right now is a reaction in the dollar at the highest level in about 2 years. I mean, how concerning is that?
And that is a problem. That is a problem. That is a problem for emerging markets, and that's a problem for Trump too. He wants a weaker dollar. We've heard that, which is why I think the nomination of Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary is a really, I think, key development yesterday. In fact, I think we saw the dollar weaken on the news of his nomination. We saw bond yields come down as well, and I think he has expertise of how markets work. And I think he's going to be really instrumental in helping Trump get his cake and eat it too, meaning have his tariffs, but yet have markets perform well.
Jennifer, we heard from Eli saying that Trump understands how the markets work. Does Trump understand how tariffs work? Because by imposing tariffs on trading partners, it may come back to bite him in, well, you know where.
I would say many people would argue that he does not, because certainly he kept saying again and again on the campaign trail that it was China that was paying the tariffs or Mexico that was paying the tariffs, when obviously the reality, it is the American...
Have you noticed that not once did these, quote, experts in economics and in trade policy and in debt issuance, not once have they talked about bringing back jobs to America and how that may be actually good for the economy? Oh, wow. What a great idea. I'm telling you, these people, they know that if Trump gets what he wants and things fall into place where it's localization, not globalization, these people are going to lose power and they're going to lose money. And they're fighting, they're fighting. The same thing that was happening with CNN and with the deep state when it comes to the lawfare. They know that with Trump getting in, there's going to be investigations, and they did nefarious things, and they may get prosecuted. Now, from the economy side, you know what? Trump is coming in, lifting the veil over the Wizard of Oz, and showing the American public, you know what's been going on for the last 30 years or so? Is a decimation of the American manufacturing and the hollowing out of the middle class. And they try to scare you to think these policies are going to hurt you in the long run. The reality is that these Trump policies are going to help America in the long run. Don't worry about the short-term inflation if it happens, because it might not happen. But building economic clustering in the United States is by far better than building up China.
Importer that is paying the tariffs. So again, the basic cost of all of these tariffs falls on the American importer. And again, just to be clear on the impact on inflation and everything else, with respect to these Mexican and Canadian tariffs, the importers are bringing these in because these are inputs into what we need. Again, they're largely bringing in parts and components and oil and gas. And
oh, wait, let me get this straight. Let me get this straight, honey. We have more oil and more gas than anywhere in the fucking world. If we drill, baby, drill. And if we need parts for the Bronco for Ford, why don't we make those parts in Arizona and ship them over to Michigan to assemble? Great idea.
Importers now have to pay a lot more for all of those components. It makes everything that they make using those imports much more expensive. You know, again, if you flip over to what's going to happen with respect to China, again, they're going to add an additional 10% tariff on top of already all of the existing tariffs. I mean, to me, what's really significant there is what does not right now have an additional tariff coming in from China. It's largely a lot of the kind of retail-ready products that are sold at Walmart and Target and all those places. It's electronics, it's it's computers, it's watches.
The most powerful thing that an American can do is stop buying these products and force the manufacturing to be in the United States. You know, like, look, for example, let me give you an example. The power of the consumer. When the wokeism with the advertising with Bud Light happened and people stopped buying Bud Light, guess what happened with Bud Light? The price went down, and it kept on going down. And eventually, Budweiser kicked out their whole woke marketing staff. All right? Because they destroyed the brand. You're seeing something very similar with Jaguar right now. They're destroying the brand because of wokeism. But once people stop buying people's products, they change. The company changes its behavior. Now, in this case, you stop buying the products to force the manufacturing back to the United States. Do you really need 10 dresses? Do you really need some of these things that you're buying? Or could you wait it out a little bit and force these companies to bring back manufacturing? You know, a lot of clothing is made overseas. United States, in New York, used to be a gigantic manufacturing for clothing. No longer is that the case. Why? You're telling me that people don't know how to make clothes in the United States? So why isn't the manufacturing of this clothing, especially with all the robotics and all the automation that we have today, that we didn't have, you know, back in the 80s and the 90s? Our manufacturing is way more advanced. We can bring back these these plants. We should be making stuff in America. And the power of the consumer can force the issue. So it's not just tariffs. It's a bigger concept. Localization. Let's say you subscribe to the whole global warming thing. All right? I don't, but let's just say you do. Doesn't it make more sense to make the manufacturing goods in the United States for that clothing that you buy at the store than to have it made in China and then have it shipped or flown and wasting energy, adding to global change, global warming? Doesn't it make more sense to make it locally? So perhaps localization at this juncture is the best thing for the United States.
Appliances, it's clothes, it's shoes. Those have largely been spared from these extra China tariffs, but now they are going to get hit by this additional 10% tariff.
Heaven forbid that, you know, Susie, the shoe buyer, goes to the shoe store and can't get her cheaper shoes because of the tariffs. But perhaps maybe Susie should have been more cognizant of what she buys at the store and buys American made. Or maybe Susie should wake up and say, I'm not going to buy any more shoes because I have 300 pairs in my, closet. And forces manufacturers to move back to the United States where their customers are. Why are we shipping all these goods? I mean, if you're in a port city, all right, you look at how many goods are being shipped into the United States. It's phenomenal. And all those things could have been made in the United States. And look at all the jobs that could have been created. But again, the deep state wants you to believe that you're going to get cheap goods. So our government keeps on funding crazy wars in Ukraine. How do you think these wars in Ukraine are funded? We issue bonds. Who's buying the bonds? The foreign people. The foreign nations that are making our goods. You want to stop the war effort? Bring back manufacturing.
Out of that, I think you're going to see immediately get passed on in terms of increases to consumers for the prices that they're paying for things.
Mm-hmm. And by some calculation, U.S. imports would drop 50%, exports slumping 60%. I mean, Trump won the election on the basis of an economy that is, squeezing most of the Americans. I mean, how do you see this playing out in the U.S. economy? How might that impact growth going forward?
Thank you for asking
So I think
me.
it's gonna-
Thank you for asking me. In the short run, there's going to be inflation. In the long run, if manufacturers are smart, they're going to move it to the United States. If the consumers are smart, they're going to force the issue and make the goods and services in the United States. And it will make the economy better. And we'll have less debt to GDP ratio because our GDP will be going up. And we'll have less debt because we're paying it down. And we have Doge to being able to make the government more efficient. But let's see what the expert has to say.
Very negative impact on growth because, again, a lot of what's being imported are parts and components that you can't just change at the last minute and say, okay, well, never mind, I don't want it from China, I'll buy it from somewhere else, or I don't need this part from Mexico, because those component parts have been, again, engineered and designed and tested and qualified to go into that particular use by that particular American company that is using it to make something else. And they cannot simply immediately turn on a dime and start using product coming in from somewhere.
Right, exactly. And so let sales go plummet down and force these companies to bring back the manufacturing. You got to put pressure on Ford and GM. You have to put pressure on, Boeing, and you have to put pressure on these other manufacturers that are doing final assembly in the United States. There is no reason why we don't increase our clothing manufacturing in the United States. None whatsoever. There's no reason why we can't do it. There's just no will. And people just keep on buying into this globalization bullshit. The transition, because of this integration, this supply chain integration, they weaved it in, so it's hard to try to pull out, just like with central banking. They weaved it in so much that it's hard to abolish the central bank. So it's hard to abolish globalization. But it can be done if the people just say, we love your product, but we're not fucking buying it until you make it here.
So it will have a downward pressure on, again, U.S. production. It will have an upward pressure on prices, and overall, again, a downward pressure on economic growth and activity. But we saw this when the Trump tariffs went on initially, 10% on aluminum, 25% on steel, and then ultimately the tariffs on about $360 billion worth of imports from China. Lots and lots of economic studies to look at what was the impact of the tariffs. And the stated goal was to return manufacturing and to return jobs to the United States. And if you looked at it and said, did it do that? The ultimate answer to that question so far has been no. Because those tariffs hurt so many of the downstream users of steel and aluminum that there were job losses there. There was retaliation, again, heavily by China, affecting lots, for example, of agriculture exports.
Their data set doesn't make much sense because we had a roaring economy from 2017 into the beginning of 2020. Then we had the crazy stuff that happened in 2020, right? So you had roughly 3 years, right? And then a major event that shut down the global economy. So you're looking at a data set that didn't really fully appreciate a 2-term Trump economic agenda. The data is too weak to even look at, to understand the long-term effects. I mean, you can't build a complex plant for automotive in 1 year, all right? But if you have a policy that forces the issue over a 6 to 8 years, it forces the companies to start building these more complex manufacturing facilities in the United States. That's cars, all right, where there's homologation and there you got to do a lot of road testing and all this stuff, right? Now, take something a little bit more simple, like making shoes and making clothing. You could easily set up shop in a light manufacturing area that's already built, because there's lots of light manufacturing facilities in the United States that are empty, that are vacant, all right? And you could easily set up shop within months. So it depends on what kind of manufacturing. A lot of the goods and services that we're buying here are easy to boot up in the United States. Now, with these more complex systems, you know, like dashboard systems and you know, brake systems and all this stuff, it would take a little bit more lead time to build the manufacturing. For example, the chips takes lead time to build the chip fabrication plants. But we need a policy in government that signals to the manufacturers, this is the way forward. Localization, not globalization. But the globalists will just keep on kicking and screaming, demonizing Trump. And the signal is broken up, telling these manufacturers, just keep the manufacturing overseas. Don't worry about it. The deep state will take care of you. The data set she's looking at is
lots of people that had been exporting lost their jobs. So the net effect of the tariffs to date.
That totally doesn't make sense, because the economy was roaring before the crisis of 2020. People were employed, people had more money, things were roaring. And now she's saying that you bring back Trump and these tariff policies and the economy is going to tank. If that's the case, because it's being telegraphed that what Trump's doing, all right? Proof positive. Why is the equity market just over 6,000 now for the S&P 500? If they thought that the market was going to tank, don't you think institutional investors would start selling? Oh, you know what? Our GDP is going to be going up. Watch.
-1 for the U.S. economy. And so I would imagine that with now these idea of increasing the tariffs, particularly on Canada and Mexico, our two largest trading partners, the effect is going to be even more of a negative downward pressure on U.S. economic growth.
And for China, Eli, the effect will...
The economy is multivariable. You're going to have, and it's based on short-term and long-term. In the short run, the tariff variable, increase in the tariffs, will, by itself, will increase prices. But when you look at the other variables and they move up and down, short-term and long-term, overall, the economy is going to be better off. Just let it, there is an invisible hand and magic that happens, all right, for lack of a better term, of employing people, making things that people want to buy. There's this economic activity and clustering that takes place. So when you build a manufacturing facility in some sort of podunk area in a state, then all of a sudden you have other businesses that are starting to be built up around that manufacturing, and restaurants and hair salons and all this stuff, right? Doctors' offices and, you know, and beauty care and pet care and all this stuff, right? Grocery stores. There's an economic clustering that takes place. But when you take away that main artery of energy, of manufacturing out of a system, what happens is that usually that economic clustering starts to wither away. Perfect example is what happened to Flint, Michigan. You take away a plant, the society starts to devolve. So no, I think she's just totally wrong. I just think she's just totally wrong. Globalization is not the future of America.
To be negative, this is an economy that's just experiencing nascent growth. Yet, when it comes to the markets, you say that you're pretty constructive, China, that you should be overweight.
I know I'm going on. I We'll see if he says the same thing I have to say. You know, right now, because we're doing this live, equities are at 6,005, almost 6,006. All right, but that's the S&P 500. All right, if these policies for Trump are so bad, equities should be selling off. Relative to the euro, which is the most weighted of the commodity basket, relative to the euro, the USD is strengthening. Interesting. And oil is trading below $70 a barrel. All right, it's trading at 69, around $69 a barrel for WTI. And what's happening is you're seeing a signal that's in the through this telemetry, right? You're seeing a signal of Trump's policies. Economic growth in equities, a strengthening of the dollar because things are going to be moving back to America, and it's drill baby drill, and our energy costs are going to go down. That's what is being signaled in the market right now. You listen to the female that just spoke, former trade expert, and you know, it's the apocalypse of unraveling, you know, globalization and trying to turn it into localization, and how bad tariff policies are. Think back on where you were right before the crisis of 2020 economically in the United States, for the ones that are watching that are from the United States. And I'm willing to bet that almost all of you would say that you had a good economic situation.
Function of valuations, right? I mean, so much negative news has been priced in. Really, the worst 60% tariffs has been telegraphed in advance. And I do think that the Chinese authorities are much better prepared this time to deal with what's coming. I think, you know...
What's in the toolbox? How can they counter this?
That's interesting because they...
What's in the toolbox? It's amazing. Everyone's saying what's in the toolbox when I started saying it. You know what? I'm a little worried about what's happening in Wuhan. That's a tool in the toolbox.
And quite a fair bit in terms of the monetary side. They've tried to do a lot of restructuring in terms of local government financing as well. Now the last arrow to come will be fiscal, right? And you know, China has been running on a dual track economy over the last decade. One is focused on exports. That's going to be in real trouble with Trump's tariffs to come. But the internal economy, the domestic side, now that's struggling right now, and we think that they
Let's get this straight here. China was supposed to be the 21st century global power. You know, it was going to be the 21st century was going to be China's, not the United States. And once America says, you know what, we're going to raise some tariffs and we're going to start moving manufacturing to other countries or back to America, then all of a sudden China starts to implode. Interesting. And then to try to boost up their economy, they have to try to boost up domestic spending and create all these fiscal policies and go into debt. Have you noticed the pattern here? If you don't make stuff in your country, your economy sucks. If you don't make stuff in the United States, our economy isn't going to be as robust. Now, there was a unique thing that was going on with the United States because we are the risk-free rate, because the dollar is, has that hegemonic power. Through the petrodollar, we were able to finance our debts because of a runaway deep state. But just imagine if we didn't have a runaway deep state and we had manufacturing in the United States, and how powerful that would be.
In reserve, fiscal policies to boost domestic consumption. And with Trump's tariffs being announced, that's probably in reserve to counteract that when it comes.
So you're looking at a triple R cut soon?
Sure, yeah. I think, on the monetary side, the easing is going to continue. There's going to probably more to come in terms of clearing the, unsold inventory on the housing side as well. What's really been lacking and inadequate and frankly disappointing so far is the lack of fiscal, especially in terms of, boosting consumption demand. In terms of, I think, what we're seeing in terms of business confidence as well. And that, I think, will come probably the first half of next year in response to Trump's tariffs internally.
If you're overweight China, what would you be buying right now? When we see a dip in Chinese stocks, what would you be buying?
Right. The strategy here is we think the A shares are probably more domestically focused. It'll be more sheltered against the tariffs. We talked about the domestic track earlier. The large platform internet names are excellent companies. Those are really attractively valued right now. And I think the last prong of our approach is really the quality yield plays that are stable, growing companies that give cash flow. So we think they are still on a bottom-up basis, a lot of attractive opportunities in China.
Jennifer, before
I think
let you go,
I think personally this tariff idea is a genius move. And it's something that we should be doing. And if you hear, quote, an experts trying to demonize it, you need to start diving in and explaining, trying to find out and investigate why is that individual pushing in a global agenda? Do they, do we really want China to take our money to build up their navy? Do we really want to do that?
Of a trade war, an expanded trade war.
Yeah, exactly. So just to understand it, I mean, obviously, all of these tariffs break the U.S.'s commitments. I mean, under the USMCA agreement with Canada and Mexico, we committed to.
But if the trade agreement isn't working for the betterment of everybody, perhaps the trade agreement needs to be broken. And we definitely have a border problem. There's definitely a fentanyl problem. There's definitely a problem with the growing tensions in the Pacific theater with China and the United States, especially in relation with Taiwan. But this woman wants you to be able to buy cheap shoes at Walmart.
Charge zero tariffs on goods that meet these rules of origin qualifying as these goods. Similarly, we agreed within the WTO system not to charge China any more tariffs than those that were listed in our tariff schedule. So all of this violates the United States' commitments to its trading partners, which means that Canada, Mexico, and China are well within their rights at some level to challenge these U.S. actions and to presumably ultimately to retaliate.
We need to challenge them at some sort of uber government level and force the American citizen to make sure you swallow your globalization. All right, Nurse Ratchet.
That is their sort of legal right to bring these challenges and to think about that. And the issue there is whether that's advisable, because once you start down this tit for tat road, again, then it leads again to a much broader trade war, which has much more negative impacts for the entire world. I mean, certainly if we see the world breaking up into blocks, it will have.
That's what we want. We want to break up the blocks, because by breaking up the blocks, you reduce the power of the uber government. We want that.
Hugely negative effect on the world.
Hugely negative effect on the world. You know what it is? We need to bring back the manufacturing in the United States. We need to have an American first policy. We need to build up our military to be able to check China in the Pacific theater. And if China tries to take Taiwan, we need to destroy the Forbidden City, right? And wipe it off the face of the planet. We cannot allow for China to have the 21st century. You know why? Because what will happen is that if they win and we lose our hegemonic power in the Pacific, you know what will happen is that our economy will start to erode, just like what happened with Britain. We'll start to spiral down, and then because of that economic stress, you're going to have policymakers and politicians saying, why don't we copy some of the things that China's doing? Like maybe we should have a one-party system. Maybe we should be more socialistic and start eroding entrepreneurship. Start brainwashing the kids, thinking that the state is more important than the individual. Now, you think that this is way off into the future, and that this has low probability? No. If China wins and wins this economic and military game that's going on, you're going to have people in the United States pushing socialism and communism. So we can't have that. And the only way to stop it is to make sure that we have the means of manufacturing. We have a robust economy, and that we have military projection to be able to prevent, if not completely destroy, China from getting hegemonic power in the Pacific. It's that simple. Now, you might call me a warmonger, but I'll tell you, America will lose its prowess in the world if China is elevated. It can't be elevated. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics. The powder probiotic is what I take. You just saw me eat lunch, because this is a really professional, broadcast. This is a powder. You just mix it with your food or with filtered water. It's a great way to take the probiotic, or you can take the VeggieCap version. So it's up to you. But taking a probiotic is really important. It reduces inflammation in your gut. It improves your absorption of your foods. It's improving your metabolism. It's improving your skin, your hair, and your nails. Having a good gut biome also improves mood and mental clarity. A good gut biome can really put you on the path of proper health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the powdered probiotic that I have, or the VeggieCap version. Take it every day. You're going to need it. Good gut is a really important thing that you need to do to slow down the aging process, improve your immune system, and to improve your metabolism. In terms of the immune system, taking vitamin C every day with the magnesium is something that you should do. Go to my store and get the vitamin C and the magnesium supplement that I have. If you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a double dose. Make sure you drink it with water. Vitamin D3, really important. It's a dual purpose type vitamin. It helps with soaking, it helps with absorbing calcium. It's a gene expression cofactor, really important for cellular processes. And D3 helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. Please go to my store and get vitamin D3. Stack it with K2. It works really well with vitamin K2. And olive leaf extract, dual purpose product. Improve your immune system and your cardiovascular system. How does it work? It brings down inflammation, and it also improves your lipid profile by lowering LDL levels and increasing your HDL levels. Really important to take every day. It's a great way if you're, let's say you're tight on money and you want to do two things, improve your immune system and your cardiovascular system, take the olive leaf extract. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And it's through you going to the store and purchasing the products and getting healthy, it helps this broadcast. It's a win-win, right? You're getting healthier, you're listening to, me pontificate about the economy, and, hey, you're getting entertained too at the same time. All right, let's go to, all right, Bloomberg Live is going on commercial here, so let's take a look at what's going on with Al Jazeera. Oh, they're on commercial too.
The TD Cash Card lets you customize how you earn cashback rewards for things like travel.
We're going to national!
All right, what's going
Not
on?
be
This is Al
reconstructed
Jazeera.
because in his mind those were legitimate military targets. So there was a lot of bargaining that happened in the hours before this meeting, and part of it is because the Israeli right, this right-wing coalition, has a lot of high stakes and strategic goals to implement elsewhere, and that's what they really have their attention on. what will happen with the incoming U.S. administration? Will it give them the green light to implement one of their top priorities in the coalition agreement, which is to annex the occupied West Bank? Will Trump allow them to stay in Gaza, to possibly annex a part of it, or even establish settlements, as Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, the Minister of National Security, and even some in the Likud want to happen? So those kind of very strategic goals are what these ministers have in mind when they draw that bargain with Netanyahu over the ceasefire in Lebanon, which I have to say was the subject of a lot of debate.
No, apologies, I'm just going to jump in there because we're going to return now to Anthony Blinken in Italy.
And that goes to the work that we've done on getting more humanitarian assistance more effectively to people who need it, to trying to get better protections for civilians who are caught in this. And while we absolutely must see more done on that front, it's also fair to say that what we've seen to date would not have happened without U.S. engagement, without U.S. determination. So we're intensely focused on this. We will be till the last day of this administration. On Ukraine and on Europe, look, what I continue to hear, I came from NATO meetings not so long ago, a few weeks ago, G20 meetings, and particularly here at the G7, is enduring European support for Ukraine. I also believe that's reflected in my country because we have a bipartisan majority in both houses of Congress who supported the supplemental budget appropriation for Ukraine. You see support on a bipartisan basis among the public for continuing to support Ukraine. But this has always been not just us, not just about us, not even just about Europe. This has been, in many ways, a global effort. We have more than 50 countries who have been supporting Ukraine. And I believe, based on everything I'm hearing, we'll continue to do that. And what we're determined to do in the remainder of this administration is to do everything possible to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to be able, as I said, to fight through 2025 if necessary, or if there's a negotiation, to be able to negotiate from a position of strength. And much of what we're doing now, working in close coordination with allies and partners, including through the G7, is on these different lines of effort to make sure that we're moving out and moving ahead. Again, money, munitions, mobilized forces, and the training and support that they need. All of this, we've been working, we'll continue to work over the coming weeks so that Ukraine is on a clear trajectory. And I'm convinced by everything I've heard that European support beyond Europe will remain strong. And I'm hopeful that the United States will also continue the efforts we've made. Final thing on this. I've never seen a better example of burden sharing in my 32 years of doing this. The United States has made significant investments in supporting Ukraine, about $100 billion over the last 2.5 years, but our partners and allies around the world have contributed more than that, close to $150 billion. And of course, the investments we've made actually redound to our benefit in so many ways. Investments that are made in the United States in terms of investing in our own defense industrial base to produce what Ukraine needs to deal with the Russian aggression. And that actually means more jobs in the United States. It means a stronger industrial base for the United States. And at the same time, our European partners are doing the same thing. And the reality is this.
Let's bring in our correspondent.
Really? We need more manufacturing in the United States. Amazing.
Habara, he's in Fuji in Italy, where Anthony Blinken is making that statement there to a room of journalists, making the statement to the press following the G7.
You notice they did the segue. They did that segue right when he was starting to talk about bring back manufacturing. Yeah, we can't have the globalists, promoting localization, could we?
Actually, much of this meeting was focused on Ukraine, as we just heard Blinken talking about, but of course much of it also very laser focused on the current situation in the Middle East, the current developments of a ceasefire in Lebanon. It's currently being discussed in Israel by the Security Cabinet right now. What are you hearing there from these G7 foreign ministers about the potential ceasefire?
Well, Laura, very interesting statements coming out now from the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who says that the efforts to bring about a deal in Lebanon have reached a final stage, and that he hopes that the agreement, which many believe could be announced tonight, will lead in the future to another ceasefire agreement in Gaza, and that there is another effort which is underway now with all the key players taking part in it, which is to put together the elements of the post-war plan in Lebanon and in Gaza, where he says they're going to put together elements for a new Gaza where people can live together without the presence of Hamas. Now, he has been referring to the latest uptick in airstrikes targeting different parts of Beirut, saying that this is an indication that should push us towards having an agreement implemented as soon as possible, so that people in northern Israel can go back to their homes and that people in southern Lebanon could live safely in their own areas. But from an American perspective, the ceasefire agreement can only happen when Hezbollah is further weakened and isolated. And the key elements of this agreement basically is for the Lebanese army to deploy in the southern part of the country and for an international committee to monitor all the different aspects of the ceasefire agreement the moment it is announced. France is going to be a key player in the implementation of that agreement.
Okay, Hashim Al-Habara brings the latest lines there from Italy at that G7 Foreign Ministers meeting. Hashim, thank you. Let's bring in Elijah Magnier now. He's a military and political analyst, joins us from Brussels. So, Antony Blinken, your Secretary of State, hopeful of a ceasefire being announced in the coming hours. But that, in some ways, is the easy part, isn't it? What about its implementations? How are the logistics of this ceasefire going to work when you're talking about Hezbollah moving north, potentially, of the Litani River and being replaced by the Lebanese army in this southern Lebanon area? How is all this going to work?
Well, it is easy and very difficult. It is easy because the Lebanese army can go to the south of Lebanon and add to the already existing force, because the 1701 United Nations Security Council stipulated that there should be 15,000 men south of the Litani River deployed, and then that will mean that Hezbollah can pull back. However, there is a part of the UNIFIL, and UNIFIL forces also, they should be 15,000, and that is also included in the 1701, and they have not reached this number, neither the Lebanese forces nor the UNIFIL. The third point is Israel. Israel is going to withdraw only when UNIFIL and the Lebanese armed forces will reach the desired number. If that is going to be accepted by Hezbollah. See the Israelis standing in their villages along the borders, even if there is a cessation of hostility, and not pulling out until the Lebanese forces, the Lebanese army forces is deployed. And then there is another point, is the hostages and the prisoners. In 1701, it spoke about the release of the prisoners and the hostages, because in 2006, Hezbollah took Israeli hostages, and this time the Israeli took Lebanese Hezbollah hostages. And the last point is the most difficult one. It is where the Israelis should respect the sovereignty of Lebanon, should not fly and violate the Lebanese sovereignty, and above all, withdraw from all the Lebanese territory occupied by Israel, and that is including the Shebaa.
Elijah, just before, because we've only got a minute left, I just want to get an idea of what the Israeli side is going to be, how difficult it is to get those people back into the villages in the north of the country near the border.
Well, it's very easy to bring them back once the cessation of hostility is declared, but their home need to be reconstructed. On the Lebanese side, it's going to take many years. On the Israeli side, Also, because the Israelis said they have 9,000 houses destroyed, and on the Lebanese side, all in all, there are around 100,000 houses and apartments that have been destroyed. And all that, once there is a cessation of hostility, which is fragile, that's why I continue repeating it, because the 1701 doesn't speak about the ceasefire that is more firm and more secure, but the cessation of hostility can be violated, and it is very fragile. So bring them back.
Elijah, I have to jump in there. I'm afraid we have run out of time.
All right. So I just want to remind the ones that are watching, I've added new features to my website where you can listen to the audio of my podcast. I'm starting to populate there. You can also listen to my podcast audio version on Podomatic and on Apple Podcasts. So, please listen to the podcast from my website or from Apple Podcasts and Podomatic. In addition, I've added a feature on my website where you can get the live streams. So when I do a live stream, it will feed to my website. Now, on that, so you can watch the live streams there, but you can also obviously watch the live streams on the 2 channels on YouTube. For the ones that don't know, I have 2 live streams going. One is a kind of like just a video version of this, but also I have a dashboard version. So the dashboard version, has the market telemetry and the news all in real time. This is all real time. All right, so, there's different ways to interact. I am also on X, so you can listen to me on X Live, and if you want to ask a question or whatever, or just give your interpretation of the news of the day or whatever, you can just raise your hand and I'll let you on, and it's all live. So there's lots of ways to interact. I'm trying to build the show where it's more live. Not all shows will be live, but I'm trying to do more live streams and more interaction with the audience. So please, watch it on the website, watch the streams on YouTube, and also watch or listen to the live version on Spaces, where you can actually interact by raising your hand, and I will let you speak on the show live to talk about the current topics of the day. So I think it's a great way to interact. And it's through your help, by interacting, by sharing the links, by going to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and purchasing my products to help improve your health, but also to help support the show. That way I can continue on improving the website, and I'm also, in the thought process of developing a app where, you would be able to go to my store through the app, but also watch the live streams, the archive, and some of my, and also the podcast, the audio versions of it. So, but it takes time and it takes money. So please help support my work so I can grow this, and it'll be more interactive, right? The whole idea is to have it more interactive, where it's not just me playing videos and me telling you about products and me telling you my opinion, but also getting your opinion and how you're going on your health journey, or what's happening to you economically, or what are you seeing in your region, with politics, or your opinion on things. We need to interact. By interacting, we're going to have a better show. So please, follow me on these different platforms and different modalities to be able to interact. All right, so let's go back to Al Jazeera here.
The publication is one of the leading media outlets in Israel, willing to challenge the government's narrative on the war on Gaza and criticize its policy.
Almost all the media outlets totally recruited themselves to the narrative of the government and the army, and avoided the Israelis for seeing Gaza, avoided Israel for seeing the crimes in Gaza, and pleased or did anything possible to please the viewers and readership while Haaretz tried to stick to the truth and to the full truth.
Israel's war in Gaza has led to a crackdown on both domestic and international media. Analysts warn that its campaign against Haaretz may have only just begun.
What they're trying to do is put the Haaretz out of business. Now, if they're unsuccessful, they're likely to consider other measures as the criticism goes on. Because what they're really trying to do is shoot the messenger.
Israel's war on Gaza has killed more than 40,000 Palestinians, sparking condemnation from around the world. The government's response has been to attempt to control the narrative and silence dissenting voices. Policies that may lead to the truth in Israel becoming another casualty of war. Vincent Monahan, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
All right, so I want to go to Bloomberg because they're talking about the tariff here. So let's go to Bloomberg Live here.
On balance of power, and they're going to join me straight ahead as we look more at this policy proposal from Donald Trump and how it fits in to the promises he made on the campaign trail. We're also keeping an eye on the Middle East. We are expecting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to speak less than half an hour from now on a ceasefire in Lebanon. And we'll bring that to you here on Bloomberg.
All right, they're on commercial here. So let me just do a commercial break. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work, also help support your health. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals and we've created these deodorants. They're all natural. They're made from ingredients from the Himalayas. They're made from essential oils. I have it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and also in citrus. All right? Very high quality, extremely high quality. It's for males and females, these deodorants, but they're dual purpose. By using it every day, you're going to slowly detoxify your body. This has no aluminum in it and no baking soda. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get a couple bars for your household. They're very high quality deodorants that are dual purpose, help support the channel, help support your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And we're in the cold season. I suspect that there's going to be a little bit of a tick up in your area, in the United States, of different things popping up December, January. Be prepared, all right? The way you get prepared is purchasing some of the products that I offer to boost up your immune system. A great way to get through the cold season and the allergy season is to get the drops that I have on my store. These are structural nano silver drops. I have it in 3 flavors, honey and lemon. I have it in cherry and also in blueberry. All right, they're in 100 count. The moment you have an irritation in your throat during the cold season, or let's say the allergy season, you want to take these drops. They're like lozenges, right? And what it's going to do is it'll neutralize the irritant and maintain a mucosal barrier. By maintaining that mucosal barrier, reducing the chances of further infection or further irritation. Because through the irritation, it's creating a cascade, an inflammatory cascade. You don't want that. All right, so please go to my store, get a couple bags of the drops, blueberry, cherry, or honey and lemon. Make sure you're prepared during the cold season, so the moment you have that irritation, either at work or at school or at home or wherever, you're neutralizing it right away. So please go to my store and get the structural nano silver drops. Get a couple bags for your household. Be prepared, trust me. Because the moment you neutralize that irritant, the faster you do that, the better off you're going to be long term. All right, so let's go to Al Jazeera while we're waiting for Bloomberg to recycle.
We not just with the government, with Netanyahu, the persona, and with his policy, you are not legitimate. And the line that was criticized of Amos Shokin, which he regretted, and he explained that he didn't mean the Hamas when he was talking about freedom fighters. He was referring to Abu Mazen and to the Palestinian Authority. But keep in mind that the idea to close down Haaretz by stopping to advertise and to sign, for government workers, the prescription for Haaretz, this was lying in the drawer for more than a year. The Minister of Communication, who now initiated this project, this campaign against Tariffs, was on record talking about an embargo campaign to close down Haaretz, and actually Amos Shokin unfortunately played right into his hands.
Okay, Tim, can you just explain to us what the sanctions are actually going to mean for Haaretz? How will this affect them both editorially and financially, do you think?
Well, I can only base my understanding on what I've read, but most legacy media rely quite heavily on advertising and other support that comes from governments, and taking that away will remove a significant plank of the economic model on which they're based, being demonised also by the state, whose populace you seek to serve, is a serious means of undermining a newspaper. I mean, clearly, it's a newspaper that has plenty of enemies within Israel, but from my perspective, criticism of a government, criticism of politicians, is something that makes democracy stronger and makes democracy work. We don't all agree, we have different perspectives, we have different outlooks, and it is far better for society that those are aired in a free and fair way. So, I mean, to be honest, this slide into trying to control extraordinarily tightly the media is a really dangerous one for Israel, and one that actually weakens Israel, in my view. And I think those people who are sucked into being cheerleaders for Netanyahu should really think hard about what they're supporting and the damage that this will do to Israeli society, actually at a time when it needs to be as strong as possible, and allowing divergent voices, particularly in a country where there are so many divergent opinions, I think is really important, and allowing those to flow free is what makes society work, rather than making it a narrow and actually rather more fragile body.
Dan, do you think that this move, these sanctions, weakens Israel, like Tim was saying there? I mean, Haaretz has denounced the action, saying it's an attack on democracy. Many others have said the same. Is that how you see it?
Oh, absolutely. But it's no surprise. As I said before, this particular government is the spiritual kin of other governments across the world that are democratically elected, but believe in a version of democracy that is purely about essentially dictatorship of the majority. They are no fans of the trappings of liberal democracy that include many, many things, including the right of the minority, the right of the political minority to speak its mind. Now, they're not going to ban Haaretz. They're trying to do it damage, and also they're trying to sort of circle the wagons of their own constituents and sort of project to them that they're doing something that is part and parcel of the cultural war, essentially, far, far broader than the issue of the Palestinians. And look, I mean, the noises they're making about the enemies of the state, I mean, this is stuff that you hear also from the Trumpist crowd in the U.S. This is a movement of the populist right around the world, and the Netanyahu government is one of the leading lights of that movement. Will it really harm Haaretz? I'm not so sure. I don't have the data on their revenue, but one should remember that this is one of the world's relatively few papers that is very successful with its paywall, and they charge a lot of money. I mean, it's a fairly small number of global legacy newspapers that can do this, and we're talking about the Wall Street Journal and New York Times.
I think that any nation that is suppressing the press, even if there's a biasness to it, is wrong. All right? It's the people that need to make a decision on what to watch, what to consume, and it's important to watch multiple views, multiple perspectives, so you have your own synthesis, right? It's interesting, when I was telling you that I was at an event where Brian Stelter was promoting his book, all right? And in person, he's not that bad of a person. In the media, when he's doing a show, he's a freaking asshole, right? But in person, he's not that bad of a person, right? And that's probably true with most people. But when they were asking the audience what you watched, the assumption, now many people were older in the audience, but the assumption was that you only watch one thing. So, they asked, do you watch MSNBC? or do you watch CNN, or do you watch Fox, or do you watch whatever, right? And that assumption was you only watch that show. But the smarter ones are watching everything and getting the metadata, all right? So you can have your own synthesis, and you can be more discerning. If you're only watching one thing, it's probably going to be a problem, right? There's differences between Bloomberg and CNBC, right? Or even Fox Business. So most people are in this mindset that just watching one thing, that's the wrong way to do it. So if a government is suppressing the media in Israel, in the United States, whatever, it's wrong, all right? In the United States, they're suppressing RT. In Israel, they're suppressing, Haaretz and Al Jazeera. Wrong. They shouldn't be doing that. Now, there's going to be bias with these media organizations, of course, but it should be the people to decide what they want to watch. And the smarter ones will watch both sides of the argument. All right, I want to go to Bloomberg here, talking about this tariff plan.
For years, and it is, though, a bit different from what we heard in the transition to the first Trump administration. We all remember that transition as he paraded people through, Trump Plaza, and he had them go through this stream of reporters, and it was very kind of traditional media oriented. Now, of course, Donald Trump, I don't think he has talked really through the traditional news media much at all since he won the election. Every single thing he has done has been via social media, either Truth or Twitter. And I think that is indicative of what we're going to hear as we go forward. He will be governing in this way.
Well, and as we consider the way in which he will govern, Rick, in part you could take these statements on True Social as him just saying, what I said on the campaign trail, I actually meant it. He intends to make good on the promises he made, and tariffs are included in that.
Well, it's about time a politician says what he says.
This is not to be surprised by anybody. I think just the speed with which he's starting to act, both in assembling his cabinet and making these pronouncements, are catching people by surprise, but it's everything we heard on his administration. He wants to use tariffs both to raise capital, for his intended extension and additional tax cuts, and he wants to penalize countries for things that he believes have been slights to the United States. Obviously, China's role in the fentanyl production and Mexico's distribution lanes are one of the things that he is particularly angry about. And I would say it shouldn't shock anybody that one of the very first things he says about a public pronouncement relates to the border, and the fact that Canada has been thrown under the bus for border issues is very interesting. And what I found most fascinating about the reporting is that Prime Minister Trudeau wasted no time picking up the phone when he heard about this and calling Donald Trump and explained to him, all the things that they're doing to curtail illegal immigration. So I suspect this is going to start the Trump administration really in earnest as of today.
Well, and it is fascinating, and Rick...
Not once did he say bring back manufacturing. Amazing. You know what? Wall Street's worried about tariffs and, and hurting the supply chain. You know why? Because you have so many people from Wall Street that benefit from globalization. And if you disrupt their cocaine supply chain, they're going to be upset. We don't need a porous border because of the drugs that are coming through. Oh, by the way, that whole cocaine running and drug running schemes by the CIA to fund their dark ops? That's another reason why the deep state doesn't want to control the border. People just need to wake up. You have Wall Street that's addicted to these drugs. You have Wall Street that's addicted to these free trade agreements, and you have the CIA addicted to the cash flows for the dark ops, those are the drug running. And then we haven't even talked about the whole sex trafficking and all that stuff. I mean, people need to, this is why I said, it's so important. God, country, and family. When you work on those elements, you will move through life better. You'll when you're at a fork in the road and you're deciding on the best policy or the best way forward, you focus on those pillars and it'll move you in the right direction. But you got Cocaine Joe, at NYSE, trading stocks, making sure that he has his supply. Because he has to have a porous border. The CIA has to have a porous border because they don't want to tell Congress what they're doing, so they have to fund their dark ops. Makes you wonder how Clinton got into office, right?
Look at the ag sector last time around. He doesn't want to do that again. I think we have to hope he doesn't want to do that again. And this is more rhetorical than it's going to be actually fulfilled policy-wise in the long run.
Well, and as we consider the ultimate impact this could have on the economy if he follows through on this, Rick, I would point out
he's
the
going to
data
follow
we got
through.
today. I know you're a University of Michigan consumer sentiment guy, but we also got consumer confidence data for November today, the highest level in more than a year. More optimism out there on the economy and also the labor market in the aftermath of Trump's victory 3 weeks ago. So whatever economic analysis we do here on Bloomberg, it does seem that the American electorate believes that these policies that Donald Trump has said, and it seems he intends to follow through on.
That's because that's what we want. And when we get what we want, we're going to have a vibrant economy. But the globalists are not going to get what they want, and they're going to kick and scream and try to convince you that what you want is bad for you.
Out of office, and people remember a very positive economic environment. They had more money in their pocket. We heard that over and over and over again. And I think that there's this expectation that all that's going to change overnight for them. And the reality is a lot of the expectations do look like that. When we saw CBS recently put out a poll just in the last week, they indicated that Republicans who thought the country was on the wrong track before the election, now that Donald Trump's elected, the country's on the right track. And he hasn't even taken office yet. So these sentiment indexes, these confidence indexes are ephemeral in the sense that if you look forward, I think the expectation is people feel like Donald Trump's going to make it better for them economically. And we'll see how his economic policies spin out, but he's got a roaring economy.
It's proof positive on what was happening in 2016, or 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was successful. I'm telling you, I personally think that America's moving in the right direction. But you are going to have globalists that are going to continue to demonize Trump. You're going to have, the potential of lawfare and all this stuff, and you're going to have economists that are trying to demonize policy. But America can, if we focus on the right things, God, country, and family, we will go in the right direction. Ultraliberalism is not the future of America. It will be the destruction of America. But the future, a bright future of America is the path forward. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be bumpy, but we can do this. We can do this. But we got to be builders. We got to be inventors. We have to be creative. We do that. We're going to be the best nation. We have been the best nation in the world, in world history. But we can be so much farther ahead. So much. There will be a major blessing that happens. But if we keep on, demonizing God, country, and family, we're going to end up in a shithole.
Tensions, what's happening on the markets. And so you're hard pressed to imagine that this is going to be more than rhetorical. Will he impose tariffs? I believe he absolutely will. He said he will, and he'll do it. But they won't be quite as extreme, or hopefully extreme enough, that they cause inflation, because Donald Trump knows Everything else he wants to do is gonna fall by the wayside if the market and people start to respond negatively to what he's doing. So I think he'll listen, he'll make a decision, and the markets speak loud to Donald Trump. I would argue.
So what
even louder.
she's saying is that if you're a market participant and you're a globalist, you don't like his policies, you need to push back. So you convince Trump to dial down his rhetoric, dial down the tariffs. If you're the Walmart family, right? And you don't like the higher tariffs because you're importing more expensive goods for your stores, and people aren't going to your stores anymore, then you have to raise hell and convince Trump that, that these tariff policies are bad. Bad man. Trump tariff bad. You know what? These globalists, they have a rude awakening. If the American public in general, the middle class, wakes up and pushes back, you can hurt the globalists. Because the globalists' Achilles heel is the infrastructure and the flow of money that they have wired up the last 35 years. That's their Achilles heel.
Mexican trade agreement was the first thing he did on trade when he first got elected.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature political panel, thank you so much. They'll be back for more in our second hour of Balance of Power. Just 5 minutes from now, we are expecting a televised news conference from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll have more on the prospects of a ceasefire ahead on Bloomberg.
Can you imagine me on Balance of Power and how I tell it the way it is? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAD+. This is a supplement that I've added to my store, and I have added to my personal stack. The reason why I've added it to my personal stack is that it boosts up energy levels, and it helps with repairing the DNA mechanism. All right, as we get older, especially when you hit about 40, all right, as we get older, we have a buildup of DNA damage. We have repair mechanisms within our cells to repair that DNA damage, but as we get older, that accumulates and it's harder and harder to repair because there's more damage that's being created. All right, so you need to take supplements to help the repair damage out. So NAD+ builds up helps with the energy levels, but also it helps with repairing DNA damage. Okay, so with that, it also, NAD+ helps with neurons, neural health. So it's neuroprotective, right? When you get older, you need to kind of start taking supplementation to protect your neurons. Now you have central nervous system and peripheral nervous system, right? And you need to protect both, the peripheral nervous system and the central nervous system. It's really important to take NAD+. So if you want more energy, you should be taking NAD+. If you want to repair your DNA damage, you need to take NAD+. If you want to improve your neural health, you need to take NAD+. And what is great about this, it's synergistic with C60, it's synergistic with ubiquinol, it's synergistic with NAC and resveratrol. So please go to my store, stack this in your daily routine. Really important, especially if you're 40 plus. Vitamin K2, dual purpose product. Why is it a dual purpose product? It helps with bone health and also cardiovascular health. You stack it with vitamin D3. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get vitamin K2. This is the MK7 molecule. So please go to my store. It's very high quality. Take this on a daily basis to improve your bones and to improve your cardiovascular health. And lastly, vitamin B complex. Important to take, helps with cellular metabolism. The first few B vitamins helps with your mitochondria. That's where you produce the ATP. You need lots of energy for your immune system and for other cellular processes. Also, vitamin B complex helps with your neuron health. So it is synergistic with NAD+ and ubiquinol and NAC. So
taking vitamin B complex is important for neural health. So when you get older, you need to take supplements to improve that neural health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin B complex. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. All right. Oh, they still haven't gone back. They're still in commercial break. All right. Let me plug one more. Sorry, I don't like plugging products, honestly, but that's the only way to inform the public of what I have and how to use it. And the way the brain works is you have to repeat yourself to tell people how to use these products. Omega-3, really important for cardiovascular health. This helps with your lipid profile. All right. Omega-3, taking every day, will help to lower your LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So it's improving your cholesterol profile. Really important. All right. When you stack this with certain things, you can actually reduce plaque that has built up and reduce the chances of building up new plaque. All right. I have a box. It's called the Longevity cardiovascular box, I believe it is, on my store. It's a stack for how to improve your vascular system, and omega-3 is in there. So please go to the store, get the omega-3 as an individual product, or you can go to my anti-aging and longevity boxes and pick the system that you want to improve. Like I have a brain system that you can improve, I have a cardiovascular system that you can improve, immune system, right? So I have lots of different systems that you can target that are curated stacks that you can take to move into this health journey. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3, or get it in one of my longevity boxes. All right, what's going on? I'm going to go to Al Jazeera here.
For a desperate search for shelter worsening.
It's shut.
And Pakistan's army fires live ammunition in Islamabad, where supporters of former Prime Minister Imran Khan demand his release from prison. We begin in central Beirut, where at least 10 people have been killed after Israeli forces targeted new areas of the Lebanese capital. It caused chaos, with thousands of people trying to flee. That came amid rising anticipation of a ceasefire deal. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is due to speak this hour. Zina Hodder begins our coverage from the Lebanese capital.
Israel shows its firepower as its leaders consider a U.S. proposed ceasefire in Lebanon. An extensive wave of near-simultaneous airstrikes. More widespread destruction on what are now largely empty neighborhoods in Beirut's southern suburb.
All right, I'm going back
The
to
Israeli
Bloomberg.
military called
They
this
stopped their
assault.
Their advertising here.
Campaign. He threw 60% out there for China. So we want to turn now to someone who focuses on China extensively in the House of Representatives by sitting on the House China Select Committee. Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts is here with me now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Congressman, thanks for your time. As we consider the authority Donald Trump would use to do this, if he indeed follows through on this threat, it really is about protecting U.S. national security interests in large part. Is this a justified means to an end?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on. Before we talk about the politics and the legality, I think it's helpful to start with the facts of the matter. I'm the co-chair of the Fentanyl Working Group. I'm on the Joint Task Force for combating the Mexican drug cartel. So I've been able to see both sides of this problem. And the facts are this. The Chinese are exporting about 97% of all fentanyl precursors to either the west coast of Mexico, where it then gets channeled into the United States, or directly to the United States. It's causing about 100,000 American deaths every year, about a 9/11 every week. The Mexican drug cartels are absolutely part of this supply chain, both through trafficking and also through money laundering. And yes, as the Mexican president said, they are also being equipped by U.S. arms sales going to the south. So there are no clean hands in this problem. But what is for certain is that Donald Trump's knee-jerk approach to using tariffs right off the bat does two things. One, it removes his most potent leverage, as opposed to using an escalatory ladder, starting with other more targeted reprisals to Chinese exports. And two, it's going to raise prices on Americans. It's going to raise prices on Americans for car insurance, for housing, and it's also going to compress wages for American employees who are working for companies that now have smaller end markets.
Okay, well, so if we consider that then, this notion that these things do need to be calibrated, is there a level of tariff you think would be appropriate to put in place to use as leverage to get more favorable outcomes when it comes to the flow of things over the U.S. border, both people and illegal drugs, as Donald Trump suggests, or is this not the right way of approaching this policy?
Putting tariffs on the table as negotiating leverage is not a bad idea. And by the way, Donald Trump didn't invent that. I know he likes to claim that he's the person who thought of the idea of mutual market access being a negotiating tactic. He's not. U.S. trade representatives have been using that for time immemorial. Here's the more targeted approach, though. There's about 24 Chinese manufacturers who account for the vast majority of these fentanyl active pharmaceutical ingredients. And these Chinese manufacturers actually have a lot of licit business as well as illicit business. That means they are highly susceptible to sanctions. So step number one is the United States needs to impose and draconiously enforce very tough sanctions on Chinese chemical manufacturers that are shipping fentanyl. Number two, we should be charging docking fees on Chinese ships coming to ports. And we can...
Why is our pharmaceutical industry being manufactured overseas? Why aren't we making stuff here?
Our intelligence, law enforcement, customs, immigration, to targeting fentanyl shipments into the United States, whether by air or by sea. And finally, we should totally get rid of the de minimis exemption that Chinese, both licit and illicit manufacturers have been abusing to ship in projects to the United States. All of these things that I just said don't raise the price of car insurance for the average American family, don't raise the price of housing for the average American family, but they still get the point across to China.
Well, and many of those things you just said also involve other cabinet officials, presumably, or other departments at the very least. Treasury for the enforcement of sanctions, tariffs obviously there as well, the Secretary of State potentially to handle with the diplomacy aspects. And when we consider the individuals that the president-elect has selected for those posts, does that give you more confidence about the way China policy is going to be approached under this administration?
Well, as I look at the opioid epidemic cascading over the United States, and then I look at the nominee for Health and Human Services Secretary, no, that doesn't fill me with confidence, because he starts by looking at problems from a position of conspiracy, not from a position of science. RFK is somebody who doesn't believe that AIDS is caused by a virus. He thinks that high-speed internet causes leaky brain syndrome. He thinks that COVID was ethnically targeted to spare Jews and Chinese and target Black Americans. So this is not an individual that I trust to look at the evidence and take a rational and science-informed view of how we reduce opioid deaths and how we tackle fentanyl imports to the United States. But this is why it is so critical.
I'm pretty sure that RFK Jr. isn't well liked in Big Pharma. All right? And since Big Pharma advertises on Bloomberg a lot, don't you think that they'll find people to demonize RFK Jr.?
Arab groups in the Middle East. We can accomplish those two things in the first year, but not if Donald Trump punishes American citizens with higher prices as opposed to punishing China.
Well, I'm glad, Congressman, that you raised the Middle East, because we're watching that as well today. In fact, any minute now, we're expecting we will hear from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as we've been made to understand both by Israeli officials, but even the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken as well, that a ceasefire agreement with Lebanon, or with Hezbollah in Lebanon, is within reach. We've talked to you extensively about the conflict between Israel and these proxies on this program, Congressman. How do you feel about the prospects of this being done, and what it might mean for a potential ceasefire in Gaza as well?
we should be cautious that they are distinct issues. What's going to be critical for any ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah, in my view, is that these Israelis who have been displaced from their homes and communities in northern Israel because of indiscriminate Hezbollah rocket fire need to be able to return back to their homes. And we also need to see that Hezbollah is not going to relocate to the southern border of Lebanon and be able to continue their launching of precision-guided munitions, but rather that the Lebanese army will gain operational control of that area so that the 2006 agreement can really be honored, which is that there needs to be that buffer zone. The Gaza really remains a separate issue, and I think we should be cautious about interlocking them too much. Of course, every ceasefire agreement is progress, but in Gaza, it still comes down to those hostages. We have human beings held underground in terror tunnels, and they need to be released home. And Israel has every right to continue to operate against Hamas until those hostages are home.
Well, and we know that's something that the president has been advocating for the last year or more, Congressman. He has 55 days left to go before Donald Trump takes over. What would it mean if some form of ceasefire agreement, at least a greater degree of peace in the Middle East, can be achieved before President Biden leaves office?
Every president has aspired to that since Jimmy Carter and onwards, right? So of course every president used that as a golden ring to furnish their legacy. What would be really critical for Joe Biden, I think, is a hostage deal for Gaza that got these hostages home, and that also transition towards Palestinian-led, Arab-financed, Western-backed reconstruction of Gaza that respects Israel's security. That is the pinnacle of a Israel-Gaza accord. I think the second thing that he can do within these next 55 days is enforce the oil export sanctions against Iran with more muscle and vigor. Iran is exporting about 90% of its oil to China, and it's using their hard currency
Israel
to keep its
is
own
just
regime
doing
afloat, but to fund these proxy terror groups across the Middle East.
a live statement, Prime Minister.
Until we achieve all our objectives, including returning all the people of the North to their homes safely, and this will happen. Same as we did in the South. Dear people of the North, I am proud of your steadfastness, and I am committed, completely and fully committed, in order to allow you to go back to your homes and to reconstruct and rebuild your homes. Thanks to the heroic acts of our people and our army and the police forces, we were able to achieve many of our goals during this war, this holy war. Those achievements was also shown to the world and showed our strengths to the world in the Middle East also, including first in Iran. We were able to eliminate some of the ability of Iran to manufacture missiles, and also we targeted some of its nuclear sites and facilities, and I'm committed to continue to do everything that is needed in order to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons. This is my main objective, and this will continue to be so, especially when we hear the continuous statements from the Iranian leaders as they have this ambition to possess the nuclear weapon. Preventing such project and preventing them from achieving such goal is our main goal, because the existence of Israel depends on that. We were able also to kill more than 20,000 Hamas fighters, including the leaders of the movement, and we were able also to return 154 of our hostages, and we continue to be committed to returning all our hostages either those who are alive or those who died, and we will make an end to the suffering of their families. We will also continue to work in order to eliminate completely Hamas. As far as the West Bank is concerned, we continue to kill hundreds of fighters and also to eliminate and destroy all kind of infrastructures of terrorism. There is no place that we are not reaching. We have also attacked Al-Hudaydah port in Yemen, something that the international alliance was not able to do. We will continue to intercept all the missiles thanks to the drones. We also have some challenges that are facing us in Syria. We continue to block and hinder all the attempts of Hezbollah as they try to send or to receive some weapons. Bashar needs to understand that he's playing with fire. Hezbollah also chose to attack us since October 7 last year. Hezbollah is no longer Hezbollah that launched a war against us. Nasrallah was killed. We have killed Nasrallah, who was the head of this axis, and we have also killed most of the leaders, and we have also killed thousands of their terrorists. We also destroyed all the infrastructure and the parallel underground and tunnels that have been built throughout the past years. We have also targeted different strategic goals and targets in Lebanon. We have also destroyed many places in the southern suburb of Beirut. Dear people of Israel, all what I've said could have been just an imaginary narrative, but we were able to achieve all this. And I would like to add that at any moment during this war, I was also and always looking to all the different fronts. This is what I did exactly when I decided at the beginning of the war to focus on Gaza and not to open any other fronts, including in Lebanon. This is also what I've done a few months ago, when we have decided to focus on Hezbollah after the situation and the conditions were appropriate. We have also, it was the same when we decided to attack Iran, and we have decided what are the goals and the objectives that we want to achieve. Today, I take into consideration all the different fronts, and I see the bigger picture, and I am committed to give our army all the needed tools in order to protect them and to protect their lives as they try to help us achieve victory. Oh, people of Israel as well, I will also present a ceasefire deal to the cabinet, and the continuity of this ceasefire deal will depend on the situation in Lebanon. We will also continue to work completely and freely, especially if Hezbollah will continue to try to attack us or to resume their armament, or if they try to attack our southern territory, if they try to build a tunnel, or if they try to launch missiles, we will respond. I heard that they say that if we will sign or reach a ceasefire deal, we will not be able to respond. This is exactly what they said when we reached an agreement or a truce with Gaza in order to release some of our hostages. They said that we will never go back to fighting again, and we did go back to fighting, and we will do the same. They say that Hezbollah will need just 1 year or 2 years and will be able to arm themselves and attack us again. So if Hezbollah will violate the deal and will try to launch missiles or attack us in the future, we will respond to any attack in the future. I know that some do not believe that we are able to achieve this goal, but many people did not believe that we were going to enter in Gaza by land, and we did that. They thought that that because of the international pressure, we will not enter the Philadelphia Axis. Not only that, we were able to do so, and we were able to attack and to have some operations there. Some people thought that we were not able to attack Lebanon or Beirut, and we were able to do so, and we surprised the world. So after all this, maybe it's now time that you believe that we do everything that we say and our commitment to achieve a victory. So why did we decide to sign a ceasefire deal? First, we would like to focus on the Iranian threat, and I will not go through the details. The second reason is that we will try to give time for our army to be able to rest and also to mobilize more soldiers. It is true that there was some delay when it comes to weapons equipment, and I think that this delay will stop soon. We will receive all the needed equipment and developed equipment that will help us to be stronger in order to continue our missions. The third reason for this ceasefire deal is that to be able to isolate Hamas. Since the second day of the war, Hamas relied on Hezbollah in order to continue to fight on their side, and now that Hezbollah is out of the picture, Hamas remains alone, and this will isolate it more and will help us to achieve our goals, especially to free all our hostages. People of Israel, during the last year we were able to change the equation. And today we are trying to change the face of the Middle East and the reality of the Middle East, and all this is done and achieved thanks to our soldiers and our army, thanks to your strength, and also thanks to the wisdom of our cabinet in managing and running this war. I said that a good deal or a good agreement will be an agreement that will be put into practice, and we will do so. And with the will of God, we will continue to work in order to save and to...
And that was the end, abrupt end to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to the nation. He was very much talking about a ceasefire deal that has been agreed there, talking specifically to the people in the north, he said, of Israel. He said that you can go back to your homes. We will return all citizens to their homes. Of course, this is one of the key aims for Netanyahu, to go to war against Hezbollah and launch a ground offensive in Lebanon. He also said that the war has shown our strength to the world. But, he said, and this is crucial, we will continue to respond freely. If Hezbollah tries to attack us, we can go back to fighting. Let's bring in Zain Basravi. He joins us from the Lebanese capital. I don't know, Zain, whether you've had a chance to get any reaction there to this announcement by Netanyahu that there is now a ceasefire deal, or he has accepted a ceasefire deal from the Israeli side at least.
Well, certainly the people in Lebanon were waiting for this speech. Strangely, people here have been saying for days that were waiting for the Israeli Prime Minister to speak. And despite the fact that this speech was still talking about a ceasefire, saying that they could cease the ceasefire anytime they wanted.
All right, I'm going to go to Bloomberg on this topic.
Have brought some peace to the Middle East in the aftermath of the horrible attack that was, conducted by Lebanese proxies by Hamas out of Gaza, and then of course the fact that the Hezbollah struck Israel again, the first time since, in a massive way since the 2006 negotiations to end the conflict between Hezbollah and Israel in the north. So it would be an achievement, certainly, that would bring us closer to, it'll bring some peace and it'll allow the Israeli people to go back and live in the north, and also the Lebanese people to live in their south. But it wouldn't solve the Hamas. It might make it easier to solve Hamas, but those are very different situations. So I'm a bit skeptical as to whether that would open the door wide enough.
All right, Evelyn, appreciate you joining us as we work through these headlines from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director of the McCain Institute, as we await as well, of course, remarks from President of the United States, Joe Biden. And on that note, we want to assemble our...
All right, so the market right at this moment in time is, the equity market is trading at 6,010, 6,011 now. And oil is trading below $69 a barrel at $68.53. and the dollar is trading at 1.04 relative to the euro. So the euro USD trade is 1.046. VIX is trading at 13.94. So this news is actually positive for equities.
To Israel. He is obviously a great friend of Israel, and so he would like to see this happen. That said, history doesn't sort of suggest that he should be incredibly optimistic, because Middle East peace has been one of the most confounding things for presidents in the modern era to get and to achieve. And they've all tried, left, right, and center, Republican, Democrat, very hard to get to. And, you know, to hear Netanyahu say that he has an outline, or there is an outline that the French and the U.S. diplomats were able to negotiate, and he's bringing it to the cabinet. I just keep wondering, in the back of Joe Biden's mind, is he thinking he is the next Jimmy Carter with the Iran hostages, that he is going to work this hard and Donald Trump will come in and on January 21st, we will see an agreement? You know, it's hard to say, but that's got to be weighing in the back of his mind. It's going to be curious to see how he handles this when he speaks in a couple minutes.
Yeah, and we actually do have a correction here on the timeline. He'll be speaking now at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time from the Rose Garden at the White House. So just over 1 hour from now is when we expect those remarks. Rick, I'd love for you to weigh in on this kind of legacy shaping question as well, because we all remember when President Biden came into office, he was suggesting America's back. He made foreign policy a really key pillar of his presidency. Is it going to end on a foreign policy oriented note?
Well, I think certainly foreign policy is going to be one of the things that shapes Joe Biden's legacy. You know, starting with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, you know, a horrific outcome for him, and something that actually hurt his standing amongst the American people, that sort of lasted all the way through to the election. But then, you know, the vexing war in Ukraine. And even though many observers will say that Joe Biden's been a staunch advocate and supporter of Ukraine and fighting the war of Russian aggression, you know, there are just as many who will say he hasn't done enough, quick enough, to really end the war, but has now resulted in a prolonged conflict with no end in sight. And to some degree, this whole Israeli situation, you take it from the time that he got elected and that everyone was celebrating the Abraham Accords, people in his own administration were saying, you know, this is a peaceful situation in the Middle East, could last for a long time. And then it was just after that, of course, Israel got the worst attack in their history, you know, from Hamas, and lit up this war that we're now talking about. So yeah,
I think we are seeing the beginnings of the next conflict, all right? The job wasn't done. Hamas wasn't completely destroyed. Hezbollah wasn't completely destroyed. And Iran's theocratic regime wasn't taken out. So this is kicking the can down the road. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean there's going to be another flare-up during the Trump administration, and then it's full on-board war in the Middle East? Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. But this sounds like kicking the can down the road.
His office could be unwound over the course of the next 4 years when Donald Trump gets his term again.
Yeah, that's the big fear of every president, and it is absolutely possible. You know, as we think about Joe Biden talking at 2:30 or when he comes out, I'm reminded that he was at the G20 and he did not speak to the press for like almost a week. And so, you know, it's unclear how he is going to move forward with his attempts to protect his legacy. And the efforts are widespread because, as you mentioned, as it comes to regulations, they started in February and March trying to protect those against a potential Republican takeover, which has now happened. As you think about legislation, just think about the CHIPS Act. Huge success for the Biden administration and the Democrats in Congress. And yet about 30 billion of that has not been spent yet. And, you know, it could be an issue of them running out of time. And Rick was just talking about the policy legacy. So you look at this, and he does have a lot of work to do to try to cement this legacy. And one thing we know that's happening in Congress right now is the Senate is rushing as far as it can to confirm the rest of these judges, because the Democrats will lose the Senate. All of this impacting Joe Biden's legacy. So it is a
Maybe Sleepy Joe shouldn't have been sleeping for the last 4 years and actually did something as president so he would have a legacy instead of rushing at the very end.
Well, and something else President Biden has focused on is lowering the cost of prescription drugs. And we actually have a new proposal on that from the administration just today, Jeannie, proposing a rule that would require both Medicare and Medicaid to cover obesity drugs, the weight loss drugs we all have heard so much about in recent years. The White House says this will give more than 7 million people access to weight loss treatment, but it also could add potentially $40 billion in costs over 10 years in the process for these programs. So clearly he's trying to lower more prescription drug costs, Jeannie, but does he still have time for it?
This is the reason why I said even at the very beginning of this broadcast, if you take charge of your health at the beginning and you do proper diet, exercise, proper supplementation, right? That you can mitigate problems. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease. Instead of saying, well, let's solve the problem by issuing medication for people to do weight loss because of their obesity. Majority of the, not all, but a lot of the obesity out there is because of lifestyle and improper foods that they're consuming, right? But that's not always the case, but a lot of it is, all right, in America. So we have big pharma saying, well, let's just use medication to reduce the obesity problem in the United States. But then it creates another problem, and that is, well, the insurance companies have to pick up the bill, and Medicare, Medicaid not as solvent, and therefore we have funding problem. The real way to solve the costs of care in the United States is taking ownership. And that is, you have to change your lifestyle. And the cost of healthcare will radically go down. The answer isn't just pop a pill to lose weight. The answer is stop eating the McDonald's. And of course, when you fund, you create more funds to go into Medicare or Medicaid, then there's corruption and just inefficiency and all this stuff.
Is if people want their drugs, we should give them to them. And so I think that this is going to be a administration that makes decisions out of the White House, and they will be implemented in their agencies, not the other way around.
Well, Jeannie, I wonder if you agree with that, as we've talked about all of these various cabinet level selections and otherwise we've gotten from Donald Trump the degrees to which they will have influence on policy. If is it that shapes policy, the White House approves it, or the White House originates it and everybody else just has to act on that desire?
I think what we're seeing clearly from what Donald Trump campaigned on and the folks that are in the cabinet.
These people are, this is the thing that I keep on saying. The agencies that are ruled underneath the executive branch, all right, are beholden to the policies and the vision of the president. If the president wants to shift policy that seems to be antithetical to the agency's bureaucracy, then that agency needs to follow suit of the commander-in-chief of the executive branch, which is the president, all right? It's not the other way around. The deep state wants the agencies to have more power and to have individuals that have been inculcated to just circumvent the policy of the president. Because if you decentralize power through these agencies and you compromise or capture the ones that are running the agencies, then the lobbying groups from K Street can get whatever they want. And that's exactly what's happening at the FDA, the CDC, right? HHS, all these different agencies, all right? Well, to stop that is that the policy comes from the president or the White House, and it is implemented at the agencies. That's the way it's supposed to work. Now, of course, the globalists will say, well, that's just a dictatorial.
Officially being confirmed for their roles.
That's right, and that could take a while, right? We know that it's taken some time in his first administration, although he's ahead of schedule at naming these individuals. None of them have been through proper background checks, and the vetting process hasn't even really begun on Capitol Hill in the Senate. So it could take a while. Maybe some will get through quickly. I don't know about how the Senate Committee on Health is going to work as far as bringing up these nominees, but it's going to be a high priority this administration the first quarter of this year, but we could be still talking about this in March.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, I look forward to talking about this with you in March and in the months in between our signature political.
Yeah, let's just slow roll the nominee confirmation so we can prevent Trump from actually instituting policy at the agency level. See how the deep state works? See how the deep state just finds a reason to slow walk anything that Trump has? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work and your health by going to the store and getting the resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades, all right? Resveratrol is important to get rid of senescent cells. It's an antioxidant, and it's synergistic with many of the products that I offer. You can stack it really well with C60, NAD+, NAC, right? So, you know, CoQ10, ubiquinol. When you stack it like that, you're improving your mitochondria, boosting up your mitochondrial health. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Lignans, extremely important. This is a powder. You mix it with your food or with filtered water. This helps your immune system. It brings down inflammation, and it's an antioxidant. So it's a great way to boost up that immune system. You want a good immune system, because with a good immune system, you can fight infection. With a good immune system, you can fight cancers. With a good immune system, you're slowing down the aging process. If you notice, people that have bad immune systems age quicker. You ever wonder why? Well, because when you get sick, even if you clear an infection or clear, the disease of whatever, it takes time to remodel your body. And when you get older, it's harder and harder to remodel. So if you're chronically sick, that chronic inflammation and remodeling ends up aging you faster. You don't want that. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the lignans, slow down the aging process, and boost up your immune system. And it's very important with modern society, with the chemtrails and with the pesticides being sprayed on our foods and on our gardens and on our lawns and everything. The food, the processed foods that people eat, the unfiltered water, there are toxins and chemicals that are just in our everyday life that need to be purged from our body. So you need a detox, right? A great way to detox is first stop putting them in your body, all right? Filter your water. Eat better quality food. Stop eating processed foods, all right? Start there. Then take a look at the chemicals that are in your house, the cleaning solutions and stuff like that. Try to use stuff that's more natural, okay? A lot of people don't realize that if you have a paint can in your basement or in your garage, the fumes of that paint can do slowly leak out, and you're breathing those chemicals in, all right? So you don't want that, all right? It hurts your body. So you need to rid yourself of the source. Now, once you do that, then you need to detoxify your body. Now, I have Zeolite on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Zeolite is a negatively charged molecule that will attach to positively charged heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, including forever chemicals. You can take this zeolite every day as a maintenance year-round. To do that, you just put 2 drops underneath, small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Do that year-round, and it's detoxifying your body. It's attaching to those chemicals and toxins, and it's allowing you to urinate them out in about 6 to 8 hours. All right, and you do that year-round. For the ones that only want to detoxify their body once or twice a year, take a few drops, maybe 4 or 5, underneath your tongue and drink it with filtered water. Just small drops, all right? And do that every day until the bottle is done, and do that once or twice a year. It's up to you, but doing it every day is actually better as a maintenance. So, and then get rid of the source. And what will happen is your endocrine system is going to get better, your immune system is going to get better, you're going to have more energy, and you're going to slow down the aging process, because toxins do damage to your cells. So please go to my store, get the zeolite, and get healthy, all right? I'm giving you all the ingredients, how to do it to improve your health. Just follow my lead. This is what I do. The proof's in the pudding. You know, if you want to follow Alex Jones, and you look at how he's aged, and he's younger chronologically than I am. You know, obviously I look better than Alex Jones, and I'm older. Why? Why is that? Because it's about proper diet, proper exercise, supplementation, proper sleep, training your brain, right? It's really simple. All you gotta do is take charge of your health. And lastly, please go to my store and get the nattokinase. This nattokinase helps with your cardiovascular health. Nattokinase is a fibrinolytic, so it'll help to break up clots. That's really important. We know why. And nattokinase also helps to bring down LDL levels and increase HDL levels. That means that it's improving your lipid profile. That means it's improving your cholesterol. And by taking nattokinase on a regular basis, you're improving your cardiovascular health. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take nattokinase every day. I've added this to my personal stack to improve my cardiovascular health. All right, with that, let's go to Al Jazeera about this breaking news about Netanyahu.
To his legacy.
Well, in a way, not really, because it really only applies to one front. Yeah, I mean, given the fact it falls short of his broader goal in that it does not in any way speak to the conflict in Gaza. And that is what Joe Biden was looking for. I mean, what we know is that the ceasefire in Lebanon does not directly affect Gaza. And that is of grave concern to this White House. And so this is what Joe Biden was hoping would be his legacy. And we heard very clearly from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, that he said that he wants to continue to see fighting in the West Bank. He wants to continue to see fighting, and if there's any sort of violation of the terms of this agreement, it sounds, he almost implied with the strike of fighting would return. It sounds so fragile that one wonders just how long this will last. So we really need to hear from the U.S. president in order to have the confidence that this is the permanent and lasting.
I don't think it's going to be lasting. I think it's kicking the can down the road. And then something else is going to flare up during probably the first half of the Trump administration.
President Biden's speech when he makes it in just under an hour from now. Kimberly, thank you. Let's bring in Alan Pingus. He's a former ambassador and consul general of Israel in New York and joins us now from Tel Aviv. So, what's your understanding of where things stand now?
Well, it looks very fragile, as Kimberly correctly said. It looks very tenuous. And most importantly, Laura, looking at what's been published, I haven't seen the text, obviously, the exact text, it's unenforceable. It assumes that the Lebanese army will supervise the manufacturing and the sales and the transfer of weapons in Lebanon. That's an impossibility. And then it says that the Lebanese army will be deployed along key passages leading from the Litani River south towards the Israeli border. That too looks very tenuous and unenforceable. We all know that the Lebanese army has always shunned any kind of confrontation with Hezbollah. Now, looking at it from a slightly broader perspective, look, there's a ceasefire. It's supposed to go into effect immediately, or at least following President Biden's speech, and a simultaneous statement by French President Emmanuel Macron. It's a 60-day ceasefire. Israeli withdrawal will then be gradual, should be completed within 60 days. There will be no buffer zone in South Lebanon after those 60 days, meaning Lebanese civilians can go back to their towns and villages in the south. So on paper, this looks okay. But again, and we've discussed this before, Laura, it's very reminiscent of of a bad movie that we've already been to, and we know how it's going to end. Because Hezbollah has not been disarmed, and if you take Mr. Netanyahu's text, or at least the statements that he had made, he's opening fronts all over the place. He is committed to eradicating Hamas. How he's going to do this is unclear.
Now, what's
he
interesting?
Is committed to standing
What is
up to
interesting
Iran.
is that OPEC said that they have little room to increase supply. All right, so you would think because they have little room to increase supply of oil, that oil should be going up. Brent would be going up, and then WTI would follow. But that is not what you're seeing on the dashboard. The dashboard is that oil is going down. It's trading at 68.45. So most likely what's happening is that the oil market, there's three things that are happening. Stronger dollar means oil will go down, with everything else kept constant. So stronger dollar is pushing oil down. This potential ceasefire in the northern front is positive for lower oil prices. And then Trump coming into office with drill baby drill is going to push oil prices down. So this seems to be net positive in general when you think about those three variables. But this news from OPEC, I would have thought that it would have suppressed the downward price on oil, and it's not. So it's an interesting development here. I just wanted you to understand some of my thinking at this moment in time.
Yeah, that's the opposition from the liberal center that you just mentioned. Then there's opposition from the right wing, saying, Hezbollah should be eradicated, we should pursue this. Hezbollah will have a chance now to regroup and reestablish its leadership, be rearmed by Iran or from or friendlier militias in Iraq and in Syria. And we should continue on and at least create a buffer zone. And then you have an opposition for former Israeli generals who argue about the tactics of it all. And then you have an opposition from former diplomats, my present company excluded, that are saying, we've been here before, we've done this, we've signed similar agreements, going back to what you just mentioned, 17 UN resolution, UN Security Council resolution 1701 from 2006, and look where we are today, with a stronger Hezbollah, with a weaker Lebanese state, and with the Israeli north being bombarded at will. And so you take all these four oppositions, and you see where it's coming from.
But if you look at the differences between 20 years ago, when Resolution 1701 was first tried to be implemented, and today, one might say that Hezbollah is not stronger and is being severely dismantled by a lot of the Israeli strikes. And also, we've got a US-led monitoring group due to be stationed in South Lebanon. Is that not a sign of more positive implementation of this resolution this time round?
It absolutely is, hypothetically. Seeing is believing. I'd like to see American monitoring, or French monitoring for that matter, or a combined American, French, Lebanese task force monitoring this. When I'll see that, I will agree with you that it leads or lends toward a more optimistic approach. At this point, the only good thing that I see here is that as opposed to 2006, Hezbollah has been weakened in the last year, certainly in the last 57 days since the ground operation began and targeted assassinations were carried out. And I also think, Laura, that Hezbollah was under pressure from Iran, which was dragged involuntarily by Hezbollah into this conflict. I think they were pressured by the Iranians to cut the deal because the Iranians may be, and I'm speculating here, maybe eyeing a new, or to engage the U.S. at least, in a new nuclear deal. That remains to be seen. But the most worrying thing, if I have to take, if I have to single out one takeaway from the statement that Mr. Netanyahu made, the one takeaway is that it's all so fragile, so tenuous, and so unenforceable that I just can't see this. I'm sorry to say that. I just can't see this being sustained and being durable for more than a few months.
Yeah, that does seem to be the word that everyone is talking about with the ceasefire: fragile, tenuous.
I think there's going to be a flare-up. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gels that I have. I have two different types. I have one in a dispenser, and I have one in a tube, all right? For travel, carrying it in your bag, it's the dispenser version is great. They're both very high quality, and you use them the same way, all right? They're dual purpose. You can use them as a skincare, a daily skincare. Best way to do that is to put it on your skin, maybe before you go to bed, and then exfoliate in the morning. Another way is to apply it on a wound or acne. It'll help to heal, an abrasion, a minor burn. And it helps to neutralize pathogens. So you can put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. And what will happen is that they'll stay active for about 5.5 hours. It's great at work, while you're traveling, or you're at school, or you're around people that are not feeling well. It's best to be prepared. So get a couple tubes of these for your household. Be prepared for the cold season, or just in general throughout the year. And when you need it, use it. But again, it's dual purpose. It helps to heal wounds, but it also can be used as a skincare, daily skincare routine. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the dispenser version or the tube version. They're both very high quality. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And I've added to my personal stack NAC. NAC is a supplement that helps to boost up glutathione levels. By boosting up glutathione levels, you're going to soak up free radicals. All right? It's a different pathway as an antioxidant compared to C60. So they work together. So you can take C60 and NAC and you'll get an added benefit. But soak up those free radicals. It's a major pillar for longevity and anti-aging, all right, and boosting up your immune system. So take the NAC, boost up your glutathione levels, soak up those free radicals. NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen, because of a headache or whatever. So, and then NAC also helps to lessen anxiety. It helps to calm your nervous system. So this is great. It's a dual purpose product. I've added it to my stack to boost up my glutathione levels so I can soak up free radicals. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com and get the NAC. This is a great product to add to your stack to soak up those free radicals. Ubiquinol. This is the best bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get. It's a very high quality. I've been taking CoQ10 for a long, long, long time, all right? It's important because it's an antioxidant, so ubiquinol is an antioxidant. It helps to improve the health of your mitochondria, so you're gonna boost up your energy levels. And it's also helping with your neurons. So if you're 40 plus, you need to start taking supplements that help your neurons. Trust me on this, all right? So this is a great way. If you work out and you need that energy, right? And let's say you're, an athlete, or, you just work out on a regular basis with a little bit of an intensity, you're gonna need your energy's restored, and also you need a good antioxidant. So ubiquinol is a great way to do that. So if you work out, you're an athlete, or if you're just older and you want to soak up those free radicals and help with your neuron health, ubiquinol is a great supplement to take. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol. All right. I don't know. I'm not sure if Bloomberg is going to commercial here. Hold on.
From now, speaking from the Rose Garden,
Yeah,
we
okay.
expect that may
Here we
pertain to what's going on in the Middle East and relate to foreign policy, but it's also a reflection on this is a president now reflecting on his legacy with just 55 days left to go in office. When you consider his economic legacy, Christopher, how would you describe it?
Well, I think it's obviously going to be shaped by people's views of inflation, and the loss of this election by the Democratic nominee is directly related to those higher prices. But I think if you take it back to look at the context of
Thank you for asking me. Dr. Paul Cottrell thinks that the Biden administration was one of the worst administrations in his lifetime.
Policies that reinforce, fill, if you will, market failures around climate development, around technology, innovation, around our supply of chips in the United States. I think that will reflect very well on his legacy when historians look back. This is a moment where he really has invested in the next stage of U.S. economic growth, and in spite of what inflation is, and people feel it.
They're going to commercial, so let me do another one. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I apologize for doing so many product plugs, but that helps support the channel and also help to support your health. So please go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. This has no fluoride. It's a very high quality toothpaste. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, neutralize pathogens, reduce inflammation at the gum line, and help with that gum line. As we get older, our gum lines recede. Well, you want to stop that and you want to heal it. So you can do that by taking this structural nano silver toothpaste. This is a very high quality toothpaste. It's going to be the best toothpaste that you can get. And with good oral hygiene, you're improving your cardiovascular health. By having good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup, you're reducing the chances of inflammation at the vascular level, and you're reducing the chances of valvular disease. When people get older, they have bad oral hygiene, and what happens is their cardiovascular health goes down because of this inflammation and valve issue, all right? You don't want stenosis. You don't want calcium deposits causing stenosis in your valves, in your heart valves. You don't want irritation in your vascular system leading to plaque buildup. You don't want these microscopic occlusions because of plaque on your tooth, all right? Because plaque builds up on your tooth, and if you have bleeding gums, small bits of that plaque can get into your bloodstream. Well, you can get an occlusion. You don't want that, all right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. It's the best toothpaste you can buy, and you're helping to support the channel, my work, and help support your cardiovascular health and oral hygiene. So it's a win-win. Plus, that toothpaste is way better than anything that Alex Jones sells. Trust me. And his father is an oral surgeon, And the oral surgeon can't create something better than this, all right? So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, go to my store, support my work, get this toothpaste, because this is the best. Also, get the Max 35 or the Max 14 from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I take this every day. You take a teaspoon of it a day, you swish it in your mouth, you gargle about 30 seconds or so and then swallow. What you're doing is you're neutralizing pathogens, you're increasing that oral health and your oral hygiene, right? And you're maintaining that mucosal barrier. And by maintaining that mucosal barrier, you're boosting up your immune system. Really important. I take this every day. I take a teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a tablespoon of 1 or 2 a day. You know, take like maybe a tablespoon in the morning and then another one at night. Same thing, you swish in your mouth and gargle 30 seconds or so and then swallow. All right? I take a teaspoon a day as a maintenance. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Max 35 or the Max 14. All right? You can follow my advice or not follow my advice. It's up to you. Myotrol. This is a supplement that will help you build muscle, maintain muscle, and improve your mitochondria. Again, by improving your mitochondrial health, you have more energy, more ATP, and your muscles need lots of ATP, all right? When we get older, we start to atrophy with our muscle mass. So you should be building up your muscle by doing some exercising, some resistance training, right? Taking the supplement, Myotrol, and build up that muscle and maintain that muscle mass. This is for people that are older, but also for people that are athletic, right? Because, you know, when you are working out, you need to recover and you need to help maintain, you know, muscle health and build muscle mass, you know, for your sport. Myotrol is a great way to do that. So this is for athletes, but also for people that are older, all right? So you can learn things that athletes were doing for performance and bring that into everyday life for people that are older, so they have more longevity and just you know, more vitality. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. This has the flavonoids, lignans, and the polyphenols that will help to boost up your mitochondria and improve muscle formation and maintain your muscle. It works great with working out a little bit. You know, do a little bit of resistance training. You'll see huge benefits. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the Myotrol every day. All right, what's going on with the Fed minutes?
Consumption, more persistent housing price increases, and those recent sharp increases in insurance costs that we have seen. Several participants noting that their contacts in companies larger in sectors like financial services, construction, professional services, technology were more optimistic than smaller firms and firms in manufacturing. Interesting thing, they did not mention at all the election in the minutes. Although strikes and hurricanes had affected recent labor market indicators, participants generally noted there was no sign of rapid deceleration in labor market conditions. Two other things to watch: a discussion of financial stability and vulnerabilities that participants assessed warranted monitoring, unrealized losses on bank assets, and risks in commercial real estate. And one note for trading desks. Some participants suggesting at a future meeting, the committee consider a technical adjustment to the overnight reverse repo rate to set the rate equal to the bottom of the target range of the federal funds rate. That would put it in alignment with the existing structure when the facility was established.
All right, Michael McKee, obviously they're at the Fed breaking down those latest FOMC minutes. That, of course, was the November 6th, 7th Fed meeting. That was after the election. All right, Mike, big dump in terms of what you got from that release. you know, we go to you to kind of parse through it and what we need to know. What does the Bloomberg audience needs to know? What stands out for you, if anything?
Well, not a lot stands out because it's pretty much as has been described by Fed officials since then, and of course, as Jay Powell described it in his news conference following the meeting. The conditions were pretty good for the economy, better than expected in terms of growth and unemployment. Inflation had stalled out a little bit, but they still didn't think it was going to be a problem to get it down to 2%. And so rate cuts were called for. But because the future was uncertain in terms of what was going to happen with inflation and the unmentioned election, they wanted to make sure that people know they were data dependent and they are not on a preset course.
Well, that's what kind of strikes me, Mike. One of the headlines that you mentioned, and it's what we call a hot sticky right here at Bloomberg, you know, that the Fed some saw pause or faster cuts as options depending on data. So, you know, what have we been saying ad nauseum, right? They're data dependent. It sounds like they could go kind of anywhere, perhaps at the December meeting even, but definitely in 2025.
Well, definitely. Now, the December meeting is open because the data have been mixed, and we have seen a little bit stronger inflation in both the CPI and PPI, and it's forecast to come out tomorrow in the PCE a little bit stronger. And if that's the case, then there is a case for pausing. We'll see what happens with the labor market. If the labor market comes in strong, if the jobs report on December 6th is strong, then you could probably start to bet on the idea of a pause in December. But you get the impression that they are at this point thinking they're going to go in December and maybe pause in January once we get the new administration in place. We're going to get a new summary of economic projections, a new dot plot in December, and how do you predict anything at this point?
Well, that's where I wanted to go, and we are going to talk to you more about tariffs in just a minute, Mike, but we help us understand how the Federal Reserve thinks about potential policy from a new administration. We heard Jay Powell ask this question earlier this month at the press conference, but they do have to look at what tariffs could do to growth or what policies could do to growth in order to make these decisions, right?
Yes,
What's interesting with this Fed
you said-
announcement, what's interesting with this Fed announcement is that the equity market just started going up a little bit more, with a little bit more energy. It's now, the S&P 500 is trading at 6,013, almost 6,014, and oil is trading at 68.50. The euro to USD is trading at 1.046.
The U.S. from Canada and Mexico. But they cross the border many times. There are some things like automobile seats that cross the border 7 times. How many times are those going to be tariffed? Will they be tariffed? And that's the kind of thing that the Fed doesn't know, and it's impossible to model at this point.
Well, that's what, you know, I keep thinking about that, Mike, in that, you know, then President Donald Trump imposed tariffs during his first administration. They carried, or some of them carried over, right, over to the Biden administration. And I am curious, when I get to speak with someone like you, is, you know, what impact did those tariffs have on U.S. economic growth? What did they have on kind of the cost of things, the inflationary picture? Is there kind of a net takeaway as we now consider potentially another round of tariffs to come?
Well, there have been a lot of studies on those tariffs, and there's 2 points you want to make. One is that there are some specifically targeted tariffs on especially Chinese electronic products that are done for national security reasons. But the broader general tariffs basically raise the cost for Americans. Consumers paid the cost of those tariffs, according to almost every study that has been done. And it also brought down the number of jobs, not raised the number of jobs. It held the number of jobs created down and slowed growth a bit. Tariffs in general, just broadly applied, do not have a positive effect on the economy. And that's pretty much according to every economic study that's been done.
I do wonder to what extent, and look, again, these aren't policy, we're going by Truth Social, we're going by posts from the incoming president, but no question that if you're an executive at one of these companies that could be affected by tariffs, you're certainly thinking about your supply chain today differently than maybe you were thinking about it just a few weeks ago, Mike. I do wonder about the economic effects of something like this and whether or not it could be looked at as, okay, maybe this is just a bargaining tool. Maybe this is being used to threaten, but actually be used as leverage, as some have suggested.
Yeah, the question I have that I would pose to people who make that argument is, what are they negotiating? Canada and Mexico basically have free trade agreements with the United States. There aren't any tariffs on most products. So what is it you're looking for? Are you trying to get the Mexicans to stop people at the border? Well, that's sort of already happening under Biden now since last June. The amount of fentanyl coming into the country has dropped a lot, and China has pulled back on the amount of fentanyl it's letting go through its borders to the U.S. So there has been progress on these things that you could say would continue. So what is it exactly that's being negotiated? That's the problem for companies, is they don't know. Are they actually going to throw these tariffs on day one, as Donald Trump's Truth Social said? Or are these things going to be something that is for negotiation and are spread out over a period of time, in which case maybe you can adjust your supply chains a little bit? A lot of companies brought their supply chains
What's also interesting is that this news announcement from the Fed with the meeting, the Fed minutes, has for BITI, which is the Bitcoin short ETF, today it has gained 0.66. So basically, today's news, today's trading for Bitcoin's been going down for the ETF. All right. So the dollar's been strengthening most of the session. Oil is trading below $70 a barrel. It's at 68.59. So, you know, it's important to kind of see these undulations where dollar increases, Bitcoin typically decreases. But also what's going on with energy and what's going on with the equity market, with the Fed announcing potential lower rates. Now, in theory, lower rates by the Federal Reserve should be, quote, inflationary, because it's stimulating the economy. It's putting more money into the system, but yet them saying that they are going to be doing more rate cuts, but gradually overall is dollar positive. It's moving, it's strengthening the dollar. So there's multiple things that are going on with Bitcoin. All right. Now again, I'm not a big fan of Bitcoin, but I am following it because of this new push of investors into the ETF world, where it's probably going to have a lot of liquidity. All right. So, but there's going to be these ups and downs with it. And you look at the BITI and the BITO as an ETF to see these undulations, right? But I'm just giving you my 2 cents on what's happening there. Please help support my work and help support your health and follow my protocols. I want to talk about the last pillar of the protocol, and that is strong antioxidants. All right. I have C60 on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, MCT coconut oil, or avocado oil. C60 is a molecule that soaks up free radicals, soaks up those reactive oxygen species. All right? Reactive oxygen species, free radicals, they hurt the cell. They cause damage to the cell. You want to soak those up. When you soak up those free radicals, you're also improving the health of your mitochondria, so you're boosting up energy levels. So taking C60 soaks up those free radicals, reduces the stress on the cell, improves the health of the tissues and the health of the organs and your glands and all this, and boosts up the energy levels within these cells. When you have more energy, you're going to be able to perform better. These cells are going to function better. There's less stress and there's more energy. That means your immune system is going to go up. You're going to have a better endocrine system. You're going to have a better exocrine system.
you're going to actually have a better neural system. Why? Because neurons can be stressed by free radicals, but also neurons have lots of mitochondria to produce ATP to produce these neurotransmitters. Well, when we get older, our mitochondria starts to age, and you have less robust mitochondria. If you take neuron cells and put them underneath the microscope of people that are elder, or that have passed away and that are older, a lot of times what you'll see is that these neurons will have very unhealthy mitochondria. Well, if you reduce the stress and improve the mitochondrial health of these neurons, the neurons are going to fire these neurotransmitters, and you're going to have better connection. So that means that you're going to have more mental clarity, you're going to have better memory, and all these things. On top of these neurons, right, also are in your peripheral nervous system, controlling your muscles and balancing. Well, if you have better neurons in the central and peripheral nervous system, you're not going to have gait problems as much when you get older. You're going to have better balancing. You're going to have better muscle control. Really important. So please, pay attention. I know what I'm talking about on this. Take C60. It's a very strong antioxidant. It's going to soak up those free radicals. It's going to improve your mitochondrial health. I have it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, and an 8 ounce configuration. It's better to buy at a higher ounce configuration because it's cheaper per ounce. But it's up to you. But I have it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. I have it in extra virgin olive oil, MCT coconut oil, and avocado oil. The reason why C60 is in an oil is because it's lipid soluble. All right, you have to suspend it in a lipid so you can absorb it. All right, that's the reason. And some people prefer extra virgin olive oil, or prefer the MCT coconut oil, or prefer the avocado oil. I personally prefer the avocado oil, but that's just me. It just depends on your own preference. Just like I prefer the citrus deodorant than the peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. But Dr. Paul Cottrell can have his own opinion on things, right? So please, go to my store, get the C60, follow the protocols, get the supplements, help support the channel. For the ones that don't know, that have logged in just recently, I've been doing these live streams. I'm going to continue to be doing these live streams. You have a live stream on the big channel, but you also have a dashboard live stream that looks like this, all right? You have telemetry of the market in real time. And so you can watch the dashboard version or this version. You can also watch a live feed on my website of either version. And you can also listen to recorded audio files that I've been populating on my website. You can also listen to my podcast on Apple Podcast and Podomatic. All right, so there's lots of ways to follow my work and help support. And through your help, I'm going to continue on developing the website, to adding more functionality, including an app that you can install on your phone. All right, and that way you'll be able to purchase from the store, get updates on PDF files on medical research, and also listen to my podcasts and watch my live feeds. That's the goal. But I need your support. All right, so please go to my store, get the supplements, follow my protocols, get the anti-aging boxes or the longevity boxes, depending on what you want to target and what your price points are. I've done a lot of curating for these boxes to help to develop boxes for different types of people at different price points and different problems with their body. You can focus on a particular system, or focus on just anti-aging at different price points, whatever. All right, so I've given you lots of ways to improve your health, right? And I give you a perspective on what's going on in the world and in finance. I need your help. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and let's build this thing. I also have X. When I do these live feeds, you'll be able to do a call in, and I'll just listen through X Spaces. It's up to you, but it's a great way for this to be bi-directional, right? I want to have your opinion. I want to know what you think. It's not just about what I think, but it's also about what you think. And you can be a part of this live stream by participating in X Spaces on my channel. The links are in the description of this video and all my videos, but just follow me on X, on GETTR, right? You can also follow me on TikTok. But by having these X Spaces live call-ins, you can participate with these live streams, all right? And get your opinion. It's important for us to have dialogue, to move the country forward. We can make the United States a great and prosperous nation if we all work together, right? And make sure that the ultra liberals are out of control, you know, that are out of the control of government, right? But you know, that was a joke. But the thing is that it didn't go very well. But the thing is, we, all kidding aside, this country can do amazing things if we work together, right? And I have a certain perspective on things and on health and on longevity that I have learned that you can follow, you can copy, all right? And you will see huge benefits in your health. You know, it's not a magic bullet or anything. It takes some effort and some tweaking because everybody's biochemistry is a little bit different. But the thing is that if you are vigilant on this, you're gonna see compound benefits of following my protocol, and you're gonna start seeing that your health is improving and you're slowing down the aging process, your immune system is getting better, and you're gonna reduce the need for medical treatment later in life, most likely, all right? There's no guarantee, but the thing is that you're reducing the chances of needing all these pharmaceutical treatments, you know, because of diabetes or cardiovascular disease or liver disease or whatever, or kidney disease. Kidney disease is also a big one in the United States, but primarily because of diabetes. But the thing is that you can mitigate that if you take your health seriously. And I'm telling you exactly how to do it. If you follow me, you'll be okay. It's that simple. Please help support my work, share the links, join in the live feeds, give me your opinion, go to my store, get the products. Let's build this thing. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.